Oh, it's a lovely day today. Welcome back, welcome back. Alright, so we had a couple things. We were very productive yesterday, but there was a couple things that had broken and some things that I couldn't get figured out. So today I'm going to backtrack a little bit, fix some stuff before yesterday before we move forward, and do the line trace to recognize the items. So one of the first issues that we were having yesterday is the object. Every time we picked up the box would push our character around, and a lot of that had to do with physics and different things like that. So I do have a fix for that. So we're gonna fix that first, and then I'll show you how I fixed it. And then the second issue we were having was what was the second issue? The second issue was the communication between the box and the shelf that I just messed up in several different places. So we're actually just going to rewrite that from the beginning. After looking at it for 7 hours, I actually put some variables in and did some math on variables that didn't even need to be in the situation in the first place. And that was my fault, but I have written up a workaround that I'm going to try here live. And I also have an additional workaround in order to place the objects directly in their correct position in the box as well. But let's get to the first problem, which is the box attacking the player. Now, I found a little bit of information, but the information's incorrect. It's inaccurate information. And I'll show you that in just a moment. Let me see. Channel. So the information I have has to do with collisions of objects. Now, here's how Unreal Engine says their collision system works. It basically says take object A and object B. So we're going to say object A is the player and object B is the box. It basically says that if two objects have different types of collision, the lowest ranking collision is going to take over. So basically it is ranked in order from ignore to overlap to block. So this says if object A is set to ignore, even if object B is set to block, ignore is going to win out because it's the lowest one. I had the box set to ignore, but the character was set to block. Now, by this list from Unreal Engine, it says that it would ignore the object, but we saw that that wasn't the case. We saw that my character was still being pushed around and block was winning out. Block shouldn't have won out, but it was. So my solution to this is I'm going to have to make both of them ignore. Both of them are going to have to be set to ignore because for some reason this hierarchy is not working. I did test this beforehand by physically turning off the player. So let me go back into the game right now and I can show you that. I have the first person character right here. I took the player and I actually made it block all. I think I set it to block all dynamic. I'll set it to custom here, and then this is the player, so the player's a pawn. I actually made it ignore. I physically ignored world dynamic. Okay. I made it ignore world dynamic. So what that looks like is in the beginning, I can. Nope, it's something still blocking. That didn't work. I think I have to set it for the box as well. Did I already change this? Oh, okay. So change the object type back to world dynamic. I'll tell you my solution in a minute, and you saw part of it there, but let's ignore that so we can just follow along with the process. So why is it still blocked? I'm used to the box being right here and the shelf being like right there. It's been like this for days, so I'm going to it and clicking it. I think I have to change. It should have propagated to children, but it did. Wait, so this is set to ignore pawn already. So this is world dynamic and it's set to ignore the pawn. But it's not ignoring the pawn. This needs to be set to ignore pawn as well. So I'm basically setting ignore on both objects. Physically setting it before we do any type of thing. So this is a pawn, it is set to ignore, and then this is set to ignore the objects that are in world static or world dynamic. That's gonna make it fall through the floor. Not world static, just world dynamic, because the box is world dynamic. So I physically set those. Why isn't it working? Why am I'm still going through the object? This is pissing me off. It worked before I showed you, before I logged in. I just set them both to ignore without any code. I physically set the tick boxes here and it worked. So box 1 and pawn, they're both set to ignore the pawn. They're both set to ignore the pawn. Just make it ignore. I can't make it ignore world static. I accidentally did that. Alright, set it back to alright, block everything. Ignore world dynamic. This is the box. So the box should only ignore pawn. Okay? I don't know why it's not working now that I'm physically setting it to ignore the pawn. I should have it overlap everything else as well. Overlap camera, world static, world dynamic. I'm changing this back to the way it would have been. Was it those three? Yeah, it was. Alright, that's how it was originally. I'm compiling, I'm saving, which I don't know. And then I go to first person. I have it ignore world dynamic, which it is world dynamic. VP box, object type, world dynamic. I don't know why all of a sudden it's not working. When I did this before, it was walking through the box, no collisions whatsoever. Ignore world dynamic. Well, object type should have been pawn. And then ignore world dynamic. Compile, save. No, it's still blocking by the box. This is infuriating. Okay. Okay. Let's see with the whole capsule collider is what I'm trying to adjust. Yeah, it's set to pawn. I need to set this to custom. There we go. Block world dynamic on the actual collider. Compile, save. Now I should be able to walk directly through the item. There. Okay, so when I set it like that physically, and this is how I know it was broken, because I can go back to the chart. Now the chart says that only one of them need to be set to ignore, and ignore always wins out if just one is set to ignore. Well, I set just one to ignore, you saw it, and I was still walking into the box even though the box was set to ignore. So now both of them have to be set to ignore despite their documentation in their chart. So now that both of them are actually set to ignore and I can walk through it, I can pick up the box and walk normally. It doesn't affect it. Remember, when we were picking up the box before and it wasn't set to ignore, it was pushing us back no matter whether or not we use WAS or D. Well, now that I've set it to ignore, now that I've hard-coded it to ignore, it ignores. So the problem is, I don't know, I was following Unreal's documentation, and this could be old documentation, I guess. No, it says UnrealEngine.com English blog collision filtering. So, I mean, it's Unreal Engine's information, but it's wrong. So, I don't know. Or it's not what I'm experiencing. So ignore doesn't win out unless both of them are set to ignore. So I don't know, maybe sometime along the line it changed with 5.3, but just know that if you're following this kind of documentation, that's something that's different. Apparently, one can't be set to ignore. They both have to be set to ignore. And that's the only way I've gotten it to work. I've tested all kinds of ways. Like, I'll take this and I'll put world dynamic back, and if the pawn's not set to ignore it, I'll press play. It's not set to ignore. I'm walking through it. I pick up the box and look, it's moving me backwards. Like, it's broken. It's broken. No matter what I do, I walk backwards. So clearly they both have to be set to ignore in order for this particular thing to work. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hard code it. I'm gonna do it in code, but what I am gonna do is I'm gonna give the box its own object type. Therefore, we're not changing the way the player interacts with all objects in the game. We just want to change the way the player interacts with boxes. Now, the way to do this is you have to go into project settings, go to object channels, and you have to create another object channel. I don't know, I created one for shelves. I might not use that. And then I have a box channel for line traces, but probably won't use. I think I need this. I'm gonna change the name. This is going to be the shelf channel because I need a line trace for shelves, but not for boxes. All right, so, or I guess it could just be shelf. It doesn't matter. That's the shelf channel, box channel. But basically, you come up here, you go new object channel. Trace channel has to do with line traces. We'll talk about that later when it comes time to do the line trace. But we're gonna be doing the object channel here, and that's gonna make its own custom object trace. And then I get to manually set what this specific object does without having to interrupt or interfere with what all the other built-in objects do already. So I've made that channel. I'm gonna have to come over to the box, and then I say the box is gonna be set to boxes because that's the object type I named it. If you don't see it here, you're gonna need to compile and save, and then it'll show up in a drop-down list. And if it still doesn't show up in the drop-down list, you're actually gonna have to physically close. Because for me, it worked one time, and then the second time I actually had to close the object and then double-click it in my container drawer. I had to reopen it basically. So I reopened it, it showed up. Now for boxes are going to be set custom. Boxes are going to be visible, overlap for the camera, ignore the shelf channel because that's another box channel I was using but may not use it. So now we come to actual object responses. So for boxes, for world static, it needs to block it. Because I don't want it falling through the floor. So world static are objects like the ground, the walls, whatever. World dynamic, this is for moving objects. It can overlap it. However, for the pawn, it needs to block it. Okay? Now, I know blocking it is going to make it run into the pawn. I only want this to ignore the pawn when we pick it up. If it's on the floor, the character should not be able to walk through it. So for now, I'm gonna set it world dynamic is other physical objects. If this was set to, here's a better example. If it was set to world dynamic and a car ran over it, car would be vehicle or projectile. Let me think. If another box was thrown into this box, they would either overlap or hit each other. So for world dynamic, I need it to block as well. And that would allow you to stack boxes on top of each other. Otherwise, the boxes would go through each other if they just overlap. They need to be considered physical objects. And now, physics, body, vehicle, destructible, they can stay all the same. We won't be using them. And then boxes to boxes. Oh, actually, world dynamic, that example I used because the boxes are now boxes, so they would have to be blocked that way. And then shelves would be block as well. We're not going to ignore the shelves because you would be able to stack boxes on shelves as well, or run into a shelf physically or something with the box. or like push a box into a shelf, and the box won't get lost going through the shelf. It would stop it. I've set all of that for the box 1 and not the actual object, which is this. World dynamic boxes. I didn't see which one I was clicking on, because this is the actual hitbox, but if this box has any kind of collision on it, it's going to respond as well. So I would need to do the same thing for that. For now, we ignore the pawn. I think it should be overlap for those two as well, because that's how it was. Let's do overlap for that. Ignore pawn. Yeah. Alright, so really the only one I want to affect right now is going to be that pawn, because that's what the player character is. So I'm going to go ahead and compile and save this. Now, when it is picked up, which is to collect me, we need to set collision response to channel. So before we were trying to turn collision off, but as we saw, because that's what the chart says, if you turn one off, the others will work, but that didn't work here. And I tried ignore active when moving because it was a dynamic item, and that didn't work either. What we're going to use now is we're just going to set collision response to a certain channel. Alright, that channel is going to be the pawn channel, and we're just going to set it to ignore the pawn when it's collected. Okay, but we have to have targets here. So target is going to be this. It should propagate to children. I don't know if it does, so I'm just going to plug them both in. Okay, so I've gone ahead and saved that. Now, as we can, it shouldn't work again because we haven't done it to the player as well. Actually, I think I did do it to a player. Yeah. So 3, pick up. We're still broken because again the chart doesn't work. So go into the first person character. We have it. Oh, I hadn't put it in, but I made the space for it because I wanted to show this. I wanted to show it live. So I went and made space and then didn't do anything. And that same code is going to be set collision response to channel. And then we can close that. I'm done with those. And here we're gonna set set collision. Type too fast. To not to all channels, but just set collision response to channel. I have the wrong item selected, so I'm going to take this. I'm going to take the capsule component and plug it in there. The channel that we're looking to affect is the boxes channel. So when we go to pick up an item, that boxes channel needs to be set to ignore. When we drop the item, we'll put it back down. But we haven't worked on dropping the item. So when we drop the items, we'll set it back to block. But now when we go to pick up the item, this should fire. It should ignore boxes. We set boxes to ignore pawn. And this is indeed pawn, right? Let's double check that it's not set to world dynamic. Nope, it's the pawn. This should work. Unless there's some other if it doesn't propagate to children, then I'll know if this right here doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't work. That means it's the children are all responded. So in this, I would need to go in and why? Sorry. Can we do camera? Didn't think so. So I have to each and everything because the capsule should be it. The capsule should be all we need, but apparently it's not. Wait, but when I put it to this will tell me if it's the box or the capsule giving me trouble. Yeah, something's wrong. I just hard coded it in. No, that's for pawn. I meant to do boxes. Let me see. I just hard-coded boxes to be ignored without the code. And let me see if I can pick it up. No, it's still broken. Sometimes I get this to work, sometimes it's not working. Alright, let me, something isn't working. Then, pawn, ignore. I have to hard code it in again and see what the problem is. Alright, so ignore pawn. Save it, see if we still have an issue. Lots of back and forth testing. Yeah, we still have an issue. So take the second item, ignore pawn. See if we still have an issue. We shouldn't. We still have an issue. Why do we still have an issue? I just hard coded it back in to the point where it was working. And we still have an issue again. Ignore pawn. Object type boxes. Ignore pawn. Object type boxes. Ignore pawn. Inside the pawn. Object type pawn. Ignore boxes. Now it's just not working at all. Right? Actually, I should. Yeah, he's not walking through it. Why isn't he walking through it? With that ignore in it, we should be back to phasing through the box, but we're not. Nah, we're not worried about. I set it up manually again, and we're not walking through the box. Like we were just walking through the box when I set this up. You're a box. You should ignore the pawn. You're a box. You should ignore the pawn. You're a pawn. You should ignore boxes. Something in here isn't set properly, so where it's not ignoring. Is there another hitbox on us? No, you're a pawn as well. Let me set you to ignore, not that, to ignore boxes. You could be that could have been the problem. If that, we should phase through it now. We do not, so there's still another object blocking everything. And it's not the box, because I have the box completely set to ignore. Pawns. You're ignoring the pawn. Arrow. This arrow isn't even like visible in the game. Something is preventing it. The tool? No, the tool wasn't a problem before. I need custom. Now, I didn't have to do this before, and it was walking through the item. Let's do block all dynamic again. Something's wrong, but I'm trying to figure out what. I was just walking through the box. It walked right through it. I picked it up, and I could move around normally. Then when I went to go put the code in for it, it broke. What is this? This is world dynamic. This isn't, I mean, this is nothing. This is just a node that I have stuff attached to. It's ignoring world dynamic. This should ignore the pawn, I guess. Oh no, this is pawn. This, what is this? World dynamic? Yeah. It should ignore the pawn, ignore itself, ignore boxes. Like, it literally was, I was walking through the box, and now suddenly I'm not walking through it anymore, and I've not made any major changes. I don't know why. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It has to be something I clicked. Box. Alright. Let me change these back. I'm gonna change them back to... This is really weird. Change them both back to World Dynamic. And then I'm gonna watch them get... I don't know, something's... I'm gonna watch them ignore the pawn. Test, maybe that's... I don't see how that would be a problem. No, it's still being blocked. I'm about to hit undo a bunch of times because it was just working. Capsule is visibility camera, so capsule's a pawn. Alright, I'm gonna have to hit undo like a bunch because it was working and now all of a sudden it's not. Before I even added the code, it was working, so take me back to the box where I was adding code. Oh, actually, yeah, this is all. Because it was working, and it's pissing me off that suddenly it's not working now, when it was doing just fine. Undo, change individual channel. I changed a bunch of channels, so. Oh. Like, I was literally walking collision profile, dynamic. Yeah, before I change that, it'll be fine. Alright, this is before I even added anything when it was working. Edit collision profile name? Oh yeah, this was back before I did that. So right about here, I think it was working. I'm gonna compile here and see. Alright, back to it. Let's see where we are. It was working. I was walking through the box. Alright. I'm gonna retest everything that I was doing. Hey, the running bird, welcome back. Good to see you again. Unreal's giving me some trouble, but we're gonna figure it out because this was working. I just walked through the box a moment ago. Collision preset, block boxes, block world dynamic really quick because that's what the box is set to. The boxes are world dynamic. They should. I'm gonna hard code blocking pawn. When I hard coded blocking pawn last time, it just worked. So custom block the pawn. I should walk through the box now. Yes, I walked through the box. I walked through the box. But none. This is the settings that I had. I just changed the name to box. Okay. Alright, so I can walk through the box. It's not a physical box right now. When I pick it up, I can walk around with it. You would think this is all we needed to do, but for some reason the second I add a custom channel using the same settings, it breaks. So as it stands, what is this set under? I haven't even touched this. This is block all dynamic. Might need to touch that, but I haven't touched that yet. Haven't touched this. It's just the capsule that I changed to custom block world dynamic block boxes. Okay, if I turn, all right, leave it at the, if I turn overlap world dynamic on and block boxes, and then wait, if I do that, we're still going through it, okay, because it's not physically blocking it. So now I'm going to the boxes and I'm turning them into boxes as they should be. Okay. Right now, their object type was world dynamic. I created a specific type called boxes. I just want them to be boxes. They can still block pawns, and the pawns will still set to block them, but they're not world dynamic. This should still make me go through the box. It does, okay. One step at a time, we're getting back to where it should be. Okay, I'm still going through the box, that's what I need. Now, the box... actually, overlap world dynamic, pawn only blocks the pawn, the box only blocks pawn. Not this one though. This should overlap these two. World static. What? Let's see. Okay, I can still walk through it. I'm testing it every second just to see where something goes wrong. So they are boxes now. They block pawns. Do overlap for... They should block world static. Because once we make it a physical object, they're going to need to be on the ground. Okay, yeah. Alright, we're still going through the box. This is the same for... This should block world static. Every step I take, because I know, yep, still going through the box. Alright, now we have to edit the capsule. It's a pawn, it blocks boxes. Huh. Alright, so right now I need it to block boxes. Compile. Wait. So now the stupid chart is working because the boxes are set to ignore, but it wasn't working the first time. I have it all recorded. It wasn't when I set one to ignore and the other to block. Block was winning out. But now that I've done it, ignore is winning out. Not overlap, ignore. Because I have ignore set on the boxes still. See, ignore pawn. Alright. Set the boxes to not ignore pawn. And this should halt the boxes. Like this should make me run into it. Yep, back to running into it. Now, I need to do the code that's going to switch these things off. What is it? Collision preset. What was it? Collision profile. Set collision response to channel. Okay. Box and box 1 should set pawn to ignore. Ignore the pawn. And I'm going to tell the box to do the same thing. Now this is where we find out if it's working, if it's actually going to ignore. Because the problem could be that it's just not switching it off to ignore. compile, set collision response to channel. The channel is pawn. The response should be ignore. Same with the box. Set collision response to channel. Target is capsule. Channel is boxes. Response is ignore. So both things are being set to ignore. So how this should work is the second I press play, I'm running into the box. But the second I press 3, I shouldn't be able to run into it anymore. I mean, it should ignore 3. Okay, it's working. This is making a fool out of me. It's working now all of a sudden. Don't know why it broke. Don't know what was wrong the first time, but it works. We have now officially fixed the whole box issue. Thank goodness. Alright. We do have to work on putting it back down, but why is that rotating? Oh, because I keep pressing 3. We'll figure that out. So now we can just place them on the shelf, but I have to put the box in the correct position, and then I have to place it on the shelf based on where the player is looking. So ideally the box of stuff would go below the viewpoint of the thing, but we stacking the shelf down there. And then we have to do takeaway, which we did, but takeaway is broken right now. It only takes away the last one I put on the shelf, and then when I try to put another one on the shelf, it skips that new section. We're just gonna rebuild the whole put down takeaway section in the first place, because I don't know why it's acting that way. See, it skipped it before, but now it won't skip it. So yeah, access none. So somewhere along the line, I think we've got something out of bounds, but I'm gonna rewrite the whole system anyway, because like I said before, I was throwing in numbers that didn't need to be there. I was looking at it in weird ways after staring at it for many hours. So let's rebuild that system now that we got this one to work. I'm not worried about putting objects down, because the put objects down and placement system, we are going to tap into the system that we use for placing furniture. So we're going to convert to this system right here to place items down, and that's just linking it up to something that's already here. And since that system's already built, there's no need to like dabble with that right now. It's best to dabble with the system that we don't have correct yet, and that is the system of placing items on the shelf. So let's figure out why placing items on the shelf isn't working. Alright, so the previous code we had did a lot of back and forth. Oh, actually, the placing items on the shelf part worked. It was the collecting them back into the box and then replacing them. And that all had to do with the index and the number. Now, before, I was thinking about switching systems. So, for the box, I have a nodeless system. Let me play. The box is a nodeless system. The box determines its size, and then it determines the size of the objects in it, and that's how it decides how many items are allowed to fit and how it can place. The shelf, however, is a different system. The shelf has nodes, and with the shelf, I gave it the information on how many rows I wanted an item to have. So I told it how many rows it should have. It didn't determine the rows. So the box determines the rows based on the item that you want to put in it. The shelf gets its row information from me. Now, what that did in turn is, based on its row information and based on the size of the shelf, it calculated how many spaces it could fit. So they are similar systems, but they operate just a bit differently. Now, the good thing about the node-based system here, the shelf system, it's up and down to each system. The upside to that system, the shelf system, is that I could include padding without doing any extra steps, because the padding is just built into how many pieces I want it to go, and then I would just subtract the padding from that. And padding is decent for the shelves because it allows you to stock and display your items neatly. However, padding isn't really needed for items in the box because items in the box, they go side by side anyway, and they get stuffed in as many as possible, and it's not really something the user's going to see. So it was a benefit to having that until I needed to place them back on the shelves. So until we got to our placement system. Now, placement system with nodes is super easy because you just place it wherever the next node is and you don't have to worry. But with this is a calculation system. So I would have to calculate where that next empty slot is and how much space that takes up based on the size of the item just to get the item back into the box. That's a downside of having this, but the downside of having this shelf type is I would have to, for each and every single item, determine how I wanted it placed on the shelf, and that was a lot of extra tedious work per item, whereas this would just take the calculations of the item size, no other things necessary. And I thought, but the only thing is, it's extra coding in the beginning. So this system is extra coding in the beginning. This system is extra legwork throughout the duration of the project. And you can see why this one would be more ideal, because you can just drag and drop new items into your game, expand your game infinitely. So from a programming standpoint, this would be the one to go with, but it's not practical, right? So for programming, scalability, you want one that you can scale infinitely, doesn't matter how many items you drop in. That's this one. This is the golden system for programmers. But it's not practical to use it that way, because when I need to come back, when I need to pull an item back into the box, it has to run so many calculations just to determine where that next item is. Now, there are several workarounds for this that I thought about, and I thought, okay, what if I stored vector information in a second array, right? So you'd have mirror arrays. I'd have an array of the products that are going in, and then I'd have a second array that stored vertex information of where where each spot in the array should be placed. So it's kind of like blending the second system. It's kind of like not necessarily creating physical nodes in a second array, but it is storing virtual node data where each item would be placed. The problem is that data is going to change based on every item you have in the box, and those arrays would need to be cleared, but I think that is the most practical way to go about it if you don't want to try and run new calculations. So if I stored a second array of information, I would have to delete that information as I deleted the object from the box. And as I added a new object to the box, I'd have to store that information in an array. If I didn't want to do it that way, I would have to run the math. Basically, we would be running this again, but when we do it, we would pull the index. So right now we're doing first index 0 and running through all of them. What we would do here is we would get the index of the next item. So we would find the next empty slot in the box. We would get, I'm probably just gonna write both systems just to have it. But we would get the next index of the item, and then we'd run this calculation again. Actually, we get the index of the item -1 to figure out what the next empty slot was. Now, after we found the next empty slot, we'd run these calculations all over again to get a new vector, to get the transform, to place that actor at that location. So those are all viable options, and really it depends on how comfortable you are with one. Some people, I guess they call themselves visual learners or something like that, and certainly this visual system would work better for some people so they can see where their nodes are. Other people are more analytical, and they're like, okay, as long as the math is running in the background and I check my math twice, I don't need to see it to know that it's working correctly. Depending on which person you are, that's the type of system you would want. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I've designed both systems, so I might as well make both of them. So my notebook, I've got my notebook here where I designed this. Let me tell you, when I said I was tired and I was going to bed, I didn't. Yesterday's stream, no, I just went and programmed a couple new systems. I guess I was tired of looking at the screen, so I just went to look at my notebook. And then I wrote down a bunch of different systems. So let's go ahead and first let's do the one where we have to calculate the position, because I did mess that up yesterday where we were trying to calculate additional new positions. I think I already deleted it though. I went and included to do the most recent position. For some reason I subtracted the max total items minus the current total items just to get the position. I didn't need to do that. All I needed to do was take current items. So get current items, minus 1, subtract 1 from current items. That would give me my location data that I needed. So with that location data, so I would do this in update box. So yeah. Oh yeah, here's an example of when I messed up. I was doing like total current items and I don't know what it was doing. Alright, so the length, every time we update, we check the length of the array. The length of the array is the total current items, right? And then if total current items is greater than the max items allowed, greater or equal to, it most likely would be equal to. You'd never be putting you'd never put like 2 items into a box at once. If it's greater than it, then the box is full. Okay? If it's not greater than it, whenever we update, because sometimes an update may be given an item, sometimes an update may be taken away. So if it's not, we're gonna set it to not full. But now we need to do a little bit of math. So, alright, so if it's not full, we need to calculate the next position. Wait. What is this? Total current items is 0. Oh yeah, this is if the box is empty. So if the box isn't full and total current items is equal to 0, the box is completely empty. But we do have like 3 situations here. The box can either be empty, full, or partially full. So this is for if it's full. This is for if it's not full. So we're doing full, not full, and then from the not full section, we need 2 branches. We need if the box is completely empty, so if total current items is 0, then we set the object to nothing. However, if it's not empty, we need to know what that most recent empty slot is going to be. So I would normally put this in the function to run the empty slots, but I'm doing all the math here in once. Now, when you do this for your own game, you separate your functions and do whatever. But for people that are trying to follow along, having it all in one place and not having to say, oh, can you scroll back to this page or can you turn back to that page? That's the only reason everything is all out here in one. But typically, yeah, you're going to separate it. You're going to do your macros when you need it. You're going to do your separate functions when you need it. So, but this is just so everyone can see and follow the work and the math that's happening right now. So if it's not full, right? Not full, but also not empty, because we set it to nothing, it was empty. We need to know how many items are in there, which we do know because total current items are how many are there. But we also need to know where that new item slot is. So let's see. How would we run this? Total current items minus 1 is going to give me that new item selection. But yeah. Okay, so total current items is that new selection. We also need just get minus 2, I guess. Okay. Alright, I would minus 2 to get 2 spaces back. That's gonna be the previous one. Subtract 2. Alright, so the reason I'm subtracting 1 is because arrays work on indexes. So you'd have to always take the length and then subtract 1 to get the next index. I need to get 2 indexes in, so I'm also going to subtract 2 from total current items as well to get so this first one here is the next empty slot in our array, or at least no, it's not. No, wait, that's the array length minus 1 is actually the last slot. The one in front of it is the empty slot, so I don't need 2 because this is the items that are there. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take our last empty slot and I'm gonna add some stuff to it to figure out what that location is going to be for that new item. Alright, so the way we got our location for our item to begin with was we had to take the size of each, wait, is this the right one? Remember we did several of them, so oh yeah, this is the right one. Alright, the way we got location information for X and Y is for X, we took the X size, multiplied it by what index we're at, and we've already got our index, and then we took that X starting point and added it up. And then we did the same thing for Y, and that gave us our vector location. So basically all of this math is going to give us that starting location for that new empty slot that we're after. Okay, so copy this. Alright, we're gonna bring it down. So total current items is that 5th item in that menu. Not necessarily 5th, I'm using 5 for an example. So if it's the 5th item, the last item we have is the 5th item. We need to calculate for that 6th item. So it's gonna be on the on the X direction, it's going to be however many forward, so X size times 5 because our 5th item, and then add it to the start location, which was determined when we created the items in the box in the first place. And then we're going to do the same thing. That 5 to get our Y coordinates, that 5 is going to need to be multiplied by that as well. My mistake, I need this number, minus 1. I don't need the first number. Alright, minus 1. Alright, the 5 minus 1 is what I need, not the 5 itself. So this math right here is going to generate that position for that new item. And if I wanted to, all of this would have been in a function and stored in a variable to begin with, but just so people can see the flow of everything together, we're going to put that right there. So if it's false, I need to calculate that next new position. And that next new position is this. So that is our next, I guess our next empty slot. Yeah, let's make a variable for it. So promotes a variable, next empty slot. I was gonna type new empty slot, and then I type next empty slot. So I'm like, which one is it? All right, next empty slot. That's the transform to the next empty slot. So if this is false, that's the transform to the next empty slot. And now when we update stuff, when we update the box, one other thing I wanted to do is I wanted the object that was receiving the item to be in control of moving that item, just to cut down the confusion. So the way we had it before is the shelf was like pushing the item away. Wait, not there. The shelf was the one, let me find it. Right here. The shelf right here, I have it as the shelf is the one adding to the box, and the shelf is saying, here, attach yourself. If you're being attached, if you're the one receiving the item, I want you to attach component to component, not the other way around. So I'm gonna have items get, add to box. I'm gonna disconnect this from here. Disconnect this from here. I think this should work the way I want it to. items. Call the function. Yeah, call the function and then remove it from yourself. That's how I want to do it. Attach, and then attach active to component should happen within the box itself. So you just send the information over in the box to do the adding. Alright, so let's go back to the box. For add to box is the name of the item. Where's add to box? That's update box. I thought I had add to box. Is it this? Add to box was a very small. Do I have to search for it really? Collect me. Event begin play. Box item. Target is box. It's here. Update box. Is it this? That is that. Okay. So I kind of duplicated a couple things because I was just changing it to like update box or something. But add to box basically adds the items, which I might as well do when I update the box. Well, actually add the box adds the item to this. This needs to be refreshed. Refresh nodes. No? I swear it took 2 things in. Yeah, add to box takes in 2. Oh, okay. My apologies. I needed to take in a couple pieces of information. Item to add is just the physical item, no? That should work. Alright, so add to box should use attach, active to component. Do I want to do that here? I think I have to kinda because I was gonna do it in update box for like the adding. This could all technically be one thing anyway. But the item to add is going to be the target, and the parent that we're adding it to is the actual box itself. I guess I do see a problem here. Yeah, that's a big problem. I need to move the item first. Actually, not really a problem because this is where the animation will happen. Set. It's not relative, right? It wouldn't be. Are those set relative position? Set relative transform. I don't think I can use relative for this. It's kind of what I want. I want to say this is completely wrong because it's not attached yet. Here's what we can do. We can attach it first, right? Keep world position. Keep world everything. So it's going to be attached to the box. Won't it move with the box? I don't think so. It might move with the box. But it's okay. This will happen in like a split second. I think if I attach it first. Oof, I don't get the. Okay. I think if I attach it first, then I can set the transform. I think. Root component, yeah. Reset, I used the wrong set anyway. Set relative transform. I'm gonna pick the object, and then the new transform. So we need to run update box. once at least before we get this information. Update box pulls the length, sets allowed. We do run it. Do we not run update box as soon as this thing spawns in? No, we set the information, but we never update the box. Alright, we gotta run update box to get whether or not the box is full, empty, and to get that position set for the last item. Actually, I guess not. Now that I think about it, you'd only come to update box if one item was removed from it to begin with. But that's okay. I want to run it anyway, just to be on the safe side. Yeah, but now that I think about it, we won't even get to needing that value if update box isn't run in the first place. Because max items allowed, total current items is always going to be full. Also, yeah, we didn't need to update the box. That's on me. Because even if we ran update box when it first spawns, it's going to be full. And it's already full by default. So this isn't even going to be necessary until one object is removed from the box. So yeah, we don't need this. It's a little redundant, unnecessary. It'll never get to what we need. And then once one thing is moved from the box, once one thing is removed from the box, because we wouldn't be able to add anything, it'll tell us immediately that we can't add it. Once something is removed though from the box, it'll update the box, come down here, and set the new empty slot. Okay, so the new transform is going to be that new empty slot. Next empty slot, actually. Next empty slot. And we would either teleport or sweep. This is where actually I would play the animation to get the item to move. But I think I have one problem here. I think this will move with the box. But it doesn't matter because it's always going to be trying to animate over towards it. But yeah. Let's do this. And I need to fix the same exact thing on the shelf side, but let's see this work its magic first. Okay, we can play. We don't actually need to pick up the box because I have it separate. We're out of bounds, by the way. I pressed it twice and it didn't start working until the second, so array is out of bounds. Easily fixable, but the point is, let us put some on the shelf, take some off. I cannot take 2 items off, 21, 22, 23. It's adding items to the box, which actually it shouldn't add items to the box. The box should be full once it gets past max allowed items, so that's wrong. And then it skipped one again. So I think the problem now is with the shelf. Wait, actually drop a bunch. It's skipping all over the place. It left one in the box over here. Put one back. Yeah, it didn't put it. I don't know where it put it, to be honest. It put it back in the box for sure. No, it didn't. I lied. Did it? What? It's not putting... Yeah, it's not putting it back in the box. That's so weird. Because it was to keep... It was keep relative transform. Which means it should have stayed on the shelf and then animated itself over to the box. Let me pick the box up. Yeah, those objects are behind me and attached to the box. And it's reading no property. So we still have an out of bounds thing, but the out of bounds thing is on the shelf. I just wanted to see if the taking out of the box worked the way I had just set it up before we go in and fix the shelf. The location roll. Snap to target. Let's try snap to target and see what happens. That location roll is a little tricky. Alright, we're putting some on the shelf. Take one off. It's adding more items to the box, which it shouldn't do. and it's not pulling anything beyond 1 off of the shelf, which I think has a lot to do with the shelf. And that's why I kind of wanted to build the system over again, because the communication back and forth is just nah. Also, now all of a sudden its transform is out here. The box is here. Why is it snapping way back there? Oh, wait a second. Besides that, box 1? No, box 1 is where all the items are stored. The new empty slot is... Oh, this runs right. Set box full. Yeah, something's going on with the shelf. Because if box is full, when we press the command, like BP shelf, wait, no, box. If box is full, no, not there. Did we not write shelf item? Collect item though, I think. Or add to box. No. Not update either. It's this. Oh, I guess if total current items isn't 0. Yeah, that's for empty boxes. What about if it's too high? Shoot. This should be if total current items doesn't equal 0 and box isn't full. Because it's setting the box to... Let's do... Alright. This needs to be a double statement. Because I need to check if the box is full and whether or not the box is completely empty. And I didn't do that here. I just went to one or the other, and that's why it's running. That's why it's adding more things to the box than it should. Because the box isn't completely empty, but it's not checking whether or not it's full. So if box is full, that's a branch. And then this stuff needs to come off of that. Alright, so false needs to carry on. So if it's not false, if it's not full, okay. And then, so this would be print box is full. Let's see. Alright, so that should automatically generate boxes full. I can actually test that right now, and it shouldn't even allow more things back into the box. So press 4. Nope, box is not full. Yes, it is. I meant to do the reverse. Box empty. I forgot I used box full as the metric and not box empty. It's the opposite. Where is it? Okay. Wait, no. Not if I'm trying to shelf an item. Where's the... I think I put it in the wrong spot. There's one where I'm trying to box an item, not shelf an item. Let's put that one back. This is trying to empty the box. And so long as it's not 0, we can go on. Oops. I put that in the wrong spot. There's one for collecting. That's for putting it on the shelf. Where's the one for collecting from? Hold on. These aren't used. What? Is it you? Nope, that's for picking up the box. Did I not do? Oh, I guess I did it in the shelf. This is the problem I had. This is why I wanted each object to control their own thing. I think the initiate function for putting something in a box is in the shelf. Yeah. That's not good. It should, that initiate function should be in the box itself. Yeah, stock shelf, update amount, add to shelf. But take away from shelf starts here on stock shelf. I'd rather that, I think I'd rather that be in the box. Because we'd have to determine whether or not the box is empty. Yeah. When I click number 1, does it go directly to unstocked shelf? No, it goes to, when I click 1, it goes to box item. So that's in the box, right? Target is box. So box item is what I'm looking for. That's my initiate function. This? So then it should have said full. It doesn't say full. It just keeps adding to the box. What? So this is my initial function. And this branch about whether the box is full is here. So why does it keep adding to the box? Box is full by default. Yeah, sorry I'm full. And then, so why does it go overboard? Yeah, I'm just about to rewrite this whole thing. It's getting annoying. Not the whole grid system, just the whole shelving system. I don't like the way this communication is happening. Total current items -1 gives me the empty slot. Unstocked shelf. Yeah, so in update box, which we run through, if total current items is greater than go to max allowed, then the box should set full and it should stop running. But it doesn't do that. It never stops running. Why? Let's see. It should stop running. I should stop running here. But it doesn't do that. It stays running. So let's test to see, because we got to find out where that hole is. Okay. So 1, it's full. It never runs update. There's no need to run update because it's full. 4, it's not full. 1, 23, 24, 25, 26. You know what? Print. I know. Print out. I'm only getting out of bounds because it's trying to add more to an array that isn't there. So update should be printing out. Print me out max allowed, because it should never increase past max allowed. So max allowed is like, why? It's going past what it's allowed to do. Sorry, I'm full. Again, it never hits update. I hit number 4. 54. Hit number 1, 54. Items in box 23. Max allowed is 54. Well, there's the problem. That's not true. Max allowed is not 54. So I set max allowed wrong. And that's why we're going out of bounds. Max allowed, I probably, let me see what I did. I'm pretty sure I looked at that incorrectly. I have X size and Y size. No. Huh. Total current item. No, I don't have to do, if it starts off full, what is X size? X start, Y start, X size. Isn't that the size of the freaking box? That's not how many items are in X. I mean, it doesn't matter where I got that number from. I'm using it wrong. total current items. The box is full when you first start off. So when you first start off, the box is full. Ergo items dot length. Get items length. That is what's allowed. Like, there's no need to do all that fancy stuff, but I really need to figure out where I got that number from, because that is not how many items are allowed. Maybe those are I think those lengths, the size where I pulled those numbers from, those are the size of the entire box set. I think that's the full X size and Y size. Is that multiplied by 2, right? And that gives me no, that's the size of each item. What am I doing? Look, X size and Y size. Wait, how did it end up being 54? Because I multiplied it together. That's the size of the item. Which, how does that still end up being 54 though? Hold on. Because something gets changed somewhere along the line. We're using a dish. Oh, I keep going back to the 15 times 15, thinking that we were using the candles and stuff, because that would make it 200. But I think we're using what are we using? The dish soap. And the dish soap is what? 6 by 9 by 25. So 6 times 9 is 54. That was the wrong math to use, and that's why we were running out of bounds. That should no longer be the case. I have fixed it. When an item spawns in, however many items are in that to begin with is the max items allowed and the total current items from when we start. And everything happens from there. I'm telling you, I don't even know what got into my head that moment to tell me to use those numbers, because those were the wrong numbers, but I was staring at it all day. And for the stream was 7 hours long. However, I prepare like what I'm going to talk about, the different types of things I'm going to do. I prepare for all of that stuff beforehand. So I'm looking at it for a lot longer. I'm looking at it almost like 9, 10, maybe 11 hours sometimes. So, not to make excuses, but that's my excuse. Because now I'm looking back at it and I'm like, who was I yesterday to think that that was the number I was supposed to use? Who was I? I have no idea who I was. Alright, so I shouldn't be getting... I might still get index out of bounds on the shelf, because this is just fixing it for the box. But now when I press 4, 24, yeah. Okay, so 24 items are allowed. We should not go out of bounds. The shelf is still going to give me an issue, but let's see. I'm collecting items back. 20, 21, 22... 23. I should start running here. 24. Sorry, I'm full. That part works. Let's go. Let's go. It works. Now, why the dawn is spawned? Dawn. I called it dawn. Why the dish soap, right, is spawning back there? That couldn't be. I don't know. Actually, this runtime error has to do with the shelf, right? Okay. It couldn't find the new object because it wasn't there. It wasn't there because it's not keeping in step. There's an index out of bounds over on the shelf, but I can go fix that later. I just need to make sure everything in the box was working correctly. Alright, so now snap to target. That's not my target though. Let's start keeping relative. Maybe keep relative is what it needs to do. I've tried every rule here. I wish attach active component to component. I wish these weren't enums, because I don't understand why they're like that. I don't understand why I just cannot put my own location data in. Like, why does it have to be snapped to, like, I want to attach, but I want to attach at a certain point. Like, what if I'm flying a bird around and I want the bird to land on the tip of a tree branch? I don't want to say keep relative position to the base of the tree, because obviously if you put a tree in the world, your origin point is going to be down at the bottom, and that bird's flying around. It's never been on that tree before. I guess that's the whole point of attach active to component, where you would just make up separate nodes. But that's what the shelf is. The shelf is separate nodes. But with something like this system where I use the entire box and I just place it based on the size of the object, I don't have a bunch of nodes in the game. I don't have a bunch of different nodes. I have location data for each space, so I don't have to render a node out. Because what's going to happen is a bunch of shelves with a bunch of components and a bunch of nodes attached to them is going to get laggy. So I prefer to do it this way as well to keep the lag down. But if I can't add my own location data to say where I want it, and I don't have sockets because, again, that's like a node, that would be a space. I don't have, why you shouldn't weld bodies, but because I don't have sockets, because I don't want to create all of that lag for every single item, I need to just be able to do the math in the background. Running the math in the background and placing an item based on math takes up a lot less data than having physical nodes for each item to jump around to. And you just run a stress test on that and it will show that, like, yeah, having all of this stuff rendered in the world is a way more laggier than just using math to determine the location. I didn't mean to pick the box up, but there we go. So that's an index out of bounds right there, where, but actually cannot pick the box up. I need to put the box down and run it again. It's 4. Alright, I got 2 on shelf. Yeah. So even though I kept relative position, it's still moving over here and the box is here. Actually, you know what? You know what I thought about? I attach it first and then I set relative transform. I think this is the problem that's bothering it. Either this transform data is empty, which I don't understand why it would be. I need to print this data out. I think the data is empty and that's why it's spawning way over there. But also, that could be a problem. But also, why is it, I forgot that I was setting the transform later, and I'm using relative transform because it needed to be relative to the box. And since it's already attached to the component, I should have been able to use relative transform. But let's go ahead and print this information out just to make sure my slot data isn't it. And sometimes this only stays on the screen for a couple seconds, so what I typically do is I'll take my phone out and I'll take a picture of the screen when the time comes. Ready, shot. What's that say? I'm gonna read it back. Transform x92, y 160, z 20. 20's right. I don't know about 92 and 100. Oof, I'm not gonna I have 2 things to do. I won't know if that's correct unless I take something that's already in the box and print that information out. But it's not returning 0, that's for certain. So ignoring this, moving this, oops. I'm gonna use my favorite list of, I don't know why, a string append is one of my favorites. You just print a bunch of stuff that you need. Okay, new location data. That's this one. And then add 2 more pens to get previous location data. Previous location data is going to give us where do I get it from? Previous location data is going to give us it's a little bit of math, so it's going to be total current items minus, don't I have to minus 2? Because if I minus 1, it might just give me this because I've already attached it by this point. So if I minus 2, and then I get the items, then I get a copy, and then I get a copy of the 1 2 places in. then I get the output, and then I get transform. Get actor. Should I get the transform or I think that's it. I think that's all I need to do. Even though I'm debugging, I don't know why. I'm having so much fun. Alright, let's print this out. I hope you're having fun too. Even if you're not working on something like this, you can learn it, use it, you know, see how I do it, and maybe use it for something later, or I don't know, anything. I think this is fun. Trying to figure out, get it working. Alright, so previous data, new location data. Press, it's only gonna happen if I press 4 a couple times. Wait, what? 20, wait, why does it say 24 a bunch of times? Wait, press that again. 24, 24, 24. It's not decreasing. 1. No, I missed it. Oof, it's long. Alright, I don't think I got the whole thing. I have to press, I have this. Alright, new location data, 80, 142, 20. Those weren't it, was it? Wasn't it like 196 or something? Oh, I did it several times, so we keep pushing it over. Previous location data, 309, 28. No, I need to do it once and get the first time. Let's escape. I missed it, so I did it again. Press play. Put a 1, 2. Alright, 2 items on the shelf. Try to remove an item. Got the location data. Let me read it out loud. Okay. I'm reading it from my phone now. I took a picture with. But it says new location data. The new object is 98. 169. Nice. 90. Previous location. Wait, what? Oh, I don't care about rotation. I should just did transform. That's why it's so long. Previous location. Negative 356. 7. Negative 357. Negative 154. Z is 59? No. Z should be 20 across the board. It's not giving me the right information. It's not giving me the right information. Which is strange because the new location data is pulled from... It's pulled from the same way I've gotten the previous data. To create the new location data, I did basically the same math. So, an update. New location data. Yeah, I did the same math to get new location data. Next empty slot. So if I've done that math, why is it saying the old location data? Alright, so maybe the way I'm going about it isn't the way to pull an object, and that's why it's pushing itself far off that way. Now I'm thinking that it might be simpler. Because for some reason it's not giving me... Alright, another way to do it would be to just add the additional numbers to it on the X and Y. But I thought that's what I was doing for the new location. Let me get where I'm set in the new location. I was doing adding the X and the Y. Multiply, to get the new location data, I took the position we were in, multiplied it by, you know, the size, and then added it to our start location to give us our X, and I did the same to give us our Y. Alright, so what I'm gonna have to do is print the new location data alone. Or actually, no. This is gonna take up. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have to split the pen because it's gonna take up a lot of space. What I'm about to do is read a bunch of data, but I just need location. Alright. I'm gonna have to compare a bunch of numbers to each other, but just to see, I need to know that I'm pulling out the right number. No, this can still be printed here. Alright, I need to make sure I'm pulling out the right number, so I'm gonna compare the numbers that I generate here, just location though, not anything else, with all of the location data that I'm about to print out when the items are created. And then I'm gonna have just scroll through that list and then match the numbers up. So right here is giving me my location data before I make a transform. And right here is where I'm gonna print it. Print. Okay. Alright. This is gonna generate in the beginning, and then the other one's gonna generate when I try to put something back on the shelf. And I have to take pictures and see if that information matches up. Why are we fighting? New transform. Oh, did I disconnect something? Not relevant. Not relevant right this second. I need to figure out why it's not going to the right spot. So save everything. This is gonna fill up the screen with 24, mind you, 24 objects. And I need to take a picture of all 24 of them. It does a full screen. Luckily, it's just transform data. But let's see if I can get it all in my picture. Oh yeah, that's 24, that's good. Alright, so the last items in my list say 27.5 and 20. So 2020. How is it pulling though? Is it pulling? Whether it's pulling from the bottom or the top, I should know. One thing I do notice though, when I pulled that data, it was giving me like large decimal points, and that's not what I have here. So I'm gonna try to put them back on the shelf and then take another picture. Let's put one more back. Now I have to take another picture of the item, the numbers that it generates. Oh shoot. 98, new location data, 98, 169, I didn't get everything. Previous location data, I only got the X, which is 357, and then the X for the new location data is 98. Neither of those numbers fit with the previous, neither of those X's fit with the previous anything. So, both of my numbers are wrong. Me pulling the transform, 357. Me pulling the transform. Can you get relative transform? Maybe that's what I should have been doing. This is, I think this is giving me like a world transform or something. Yeah, get active transform. Alright, so get active transform. Let's get relative transform. Get relative transform for static mesh or box. What? For the item. Oh yeah, just get relative transform for the static mesh, and then let me see what that prints. Yeah, get active transform is giving me like a world location, and I didn't see that before, so the numbers still don't match up, but this number should match up now. I was using the wrong term. So when I press play this time, it's gonna give me everything I need. The numbers, I actually don't need these beginning numbers again. I already have them. Those numbers actually don't change. Set a couple on the shelf. Now when I try to pull off a shelf, it's gonna be a very long string, which I thought I took care of, but there. All right, let me see if these new numbers match. New location data is, oh gosh, wrong. They're all wrong. New location data 92, 160, 20. I don't even see that new object. Where is the new object? Is it the one sticking up inside the box? It must be. Oh, that's the previous location data. That's where it set it to. So it's, wait. So then that part's working then. But it's not gonna set it to the right spot because new location data is generating the wrong number. However, when I disconnected the teleport, it sent it to 0, 0, 0. Now, when it sent it to 0, 0, 0 in the middle of the box, it's doing it relative to this object. But when my new location data that tells me that the new location is 92 by 160 by 20 is over here, and that's where it's sending it. So for some reason, my new location data is broken. My old location, my previous location data is also broken because I just got relative transform and it's telling me it's 0, 0, 0. It's not 0, 0, 0. So both of them are wrong. Yeah, this just generated 0, 0, 0. Take it back 3, because I think maybe we're out of bounds, and that's why it's generating 0. Because we could be out of bounds, but take it back 3 paces. Don't worry about that. 1, 2, 3. I gotta get ready to take another picture. 1. Yep, still generating 0, 0, 0, so that doesn't work. The 92, 160, the new location data, which one is it using to teleport? New location or previous? It has to be using 0, 0, 0, because that's the direct center of the box. It's just snapping to the box without... so both my location data are broken. Total current items is 24. We also, it goes down, but we saw it. Items, get a copy of item at this. Get the static mesh that's a part of that item, which is just rice, right? BP rice. BP rice has a box and a static mesh. Give me the box then. Get, you know what? It's giving me, I know what it's doing. I know why it's 0, 0, 0. It's giving me the relative transform of the static mesh to its parent, and its parent is the box. Its parent isn't this. So 0, 0, 0 is right. I overlooked that one thing. Because I attached it to here, I was assuming that it was now its parent, but it's still its own actor. So my initial of get transform is right. Get actor transform. I wish I can do like get actor relative transform to attachment. Let me see anything that's like transform related. Let me just type transform just so I can scroll through the nodes. This is how I learn about new nodes all the time. Create transformable handle, get level transform, get transform origin. Nope. Transform action, add actor. Nope. Add world transform, attach actor, attach component. Actor to component, actor, actor, component to component. Detach from actor. That's something I don't do. Oops. Am I supposed to? I don't detach them. I just switch them to a new attachment. But I guess if you were just dropping it in place, you detach it. Oh, I will have to use detach to put the box back down. Before we go into the box grid thing, I'd have to detach it first from the player. and then move it into its little system. Okay, detach from component, detach. Does socket exist? All right, get actor relative, get actor location. What I wanted was I wanted the actor's relative rotation to its attachment, not necessarily its component relative rotation to it. But get actor location might be what I need. The location, but that's gonna be like a world location type thing. Get actor relative scale. Get actor. I guess we could use the world location and it won't be a problem. I would just have to pull world location for every object. The problem with that is the character moves. Well, I guess the character won't really move too much while it's, but maybe if the character's moving about, it could mess with the positioning of the item when we're trying to put the item back in the box. That's the only thing I worry about. Get actor right vector, rotation, scale, get actor transform, distance, forward vector, get relative transform, box. So these relative ones I was using, they're relative inside their own object, not relative to, I wish we could do relative to parent. Because once I attach an actor to a component, that should come with so much more information, man. I really need that data of where it's attached. It's weird because I can set it, but I can't pull it once I've set it. Get relative transform. Get socket transform. And see, this is why, because I need that data, now this is why I have to switch back to the other system that actually creates nodes to spawn to. If I created component nodes to spawn to, I wouldn't have this problem. I just sent it to the next node. Each node will have a value of saying, am I empty or am I stocked? And then if it's empty, that will be the next node, and you just have to cycle through the nodes to find the next one that's empty. That's how basic inventory systems work, but I wanted to do it with math and no extra nodes because we're going to have a lot of boxes, a lot of items. But if this turns out to not work, I will have to switch to that node-based system. And that's okay. I created both systems. In the end, it really depends on which one is the best. And since I'm programming on the fly, and I haven't already predetermined which one's going to be the best, you get a lot of stuff like this, me trying to figure out which one to go to. Get socket transform. Get squared horizontal distance to. Get up vector. Get velocity. World. See, the world stuff isn't what I need, but I might have to use world locations. And there's no way to use any data once you've attached an actor to an actor, which I think is so weird. Because it's like, for the time being, we're attached. I should be able to, communicate to you as if you were one of my components while we're attached. But it doesn't work like that. Like, I can't reference anything that has to do with the attached. Like, they don't even let me reference the attached freaking object. It's just the output is just a boolean on whether it attached or not. That's the only information I get. Yep. Alright, let's do, we're gonna have to get world transform then. But I don't think it's gonna work that way. The world location? Let's try it. Alright, I have the world location of the object here, right? World's location. Then when it comes to determining this, let's see, I used relevant location. This all needs to be added. X size multiplied by, so total current numbers. I can't even use this anymore. I would have to get the location. I would have to do it this way. Items get, I would have to get their world location. That would be my jumping off point. My jumping off point would be the world location. This -1 would be, well, let's do that. That would be where I would start. So I'd have to pull the previous item's world location, right? And then on the X and Y, I would have to add, so I don't think I need X start anymore. Split the struct pin. I think I would just add the size to it, right? I would add this to this to get X the size, because I'm taking the location and I'm adding, what I want to do is I want to add a whole nother unit to it. So my new unit would be just 6 units over. That's what I'm basically saying. I'm basically saying take the world location of the previous item, go 6 units over, and I'm only saying 6 because I know that the size of the item on the X is 6 and the size of the item on the Y is 9. So I'm saying go 6 units over, 9 units that way to get me to the new location that you want me to place it. But I'm not really sure how this is going to work when the user has something in their hand. But we won't be able to use the old start location or anything, because all those locations are relative to the box object, which is why I was putting it in the middle of the floor. And at this point, when I'm adding new things, it needs to be relative to the world. So let's see how this works out. It's going to print that number for me. That just generates my next empty slot. So it should print my next empty slot for me there. And then what I want to print out is next empty slot location, and then total slot minus, don't have to do -2 because the other one's -1 and it'll already have something in it by then. Alright, so -2, get target, get world location. Hopefully this is it. Actually, no, that is right. Even if it is on a negative, I was thinking about negative numbers, but even if it's on a negative, adding 6 to a negative number is just going to give me the next slot over that way, so it doesn't matter. Alright, let's see if this is the way it works. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and press play, record those numbers. We got those numbers, and then we go add a couple things to the shelf. So 3 items on the shelf, try to take 1 away and get that. So let's have a look at the numbers and see if they match up now. Oh, I guess I didn't print the previous world numbers either, so new location, -351, -136, 20, and then the previous location's data is -357. Oh yeah, so it did add 6 to it, and then the Y is 154, and it did add 9 to it. But let's see. Oh, I don't think I have that plugged into the spawn. So that worked. It went over by 6 and it went over by 9. So now I have to, I think I disconnected the transform node in the middle of doing that. One. All right. Yeah, I disconnect that relative transform. So let's go ahead and put this back in. and take the relative transform as the next new location. I need to recombine. I can just print that. I'm gonna leave that there and just pull it again, because I might still need the printout. Okay, let's go ahead and try to add some more. So we stock in the shelf, we pull one back. That did not work. Look at where it is. It's all the way over here. That's not the box. Let me try again. No, don't pick up the box. I picked up the box by mistake. Alright, let's put some on the shelf. 1, 2, 3. And you can let me take 2 more out of the box. Wait, did it skip one? Why did it skip that one? What are you skipping stuff for? It skipped one. It skipped this. I don't know why. Yeah, it's skipping that. That's just... wait a second. Did that jump? Move to the shelf. Yeah, it skipped one. It skipped the first one. I know why it skipped the first one. Don't worry about that. It skipped the first one because there's an index out of bounds on the shelf that we haven't fixed yet. So it jumped to the next one. Alright, so that one's going to be skipped until I fix the shelf, but right now we're trying to fix the box. So for some odd reason, yeah, it jumped way back here. That's not the box. Why would it go? I took the world location of the previous item to create the new empty slot. And the numbers showed as much. So if it's getting the world location, right, it's getting the world location of this item that's inside this. Some reason it feels like it's mixing it up and taking the world location of the item on the shelf and adding 9 and whatnot to that item instead of adding 9 to the item that the box is referencing. Because technically where it's popping up on the shelf is 6 and 9 away from the item that's down there. So yeah, that is technically that up, that over, and 20 up from this. They're not named the same, are they? They kinda are. Did that change it here? I don't know. I mean, they did have the same name, but that shouldn't have messed with it. That's a weird. It's still gonna do it. I don't know why it's jumping back there and not here into the box. Huh. So I have to figure something out. The only other thing we can do is absolutely use nodes. But there has to be some form of math where I could use this. There has to be a way to do it with math. I love math so much. I'm determined to find the answer. Okay, maybe I don't love math that much, but I like it enough, and I'm enjoying the challenge. There has to be a way. There has to be a way to get that item to follow this position. There has to be a way to interact with items after you attach them to something. Cause is my attach is still lit up? Yeah, attach active to component. Box 1. Yeah, attach that item to here. I have keep relative, so keep world. Let's change it to keep Because once I kept the relative when I attached it and I moved it, you would think the new empty slot. No, that shouldn't matter, because the new empty slot should be plus whatever to this number, plus whatever to the previous item. It should have nothing to do with attaching active to component, because when I go to get that number, I'm using the math based on the objects that are already here. Right? I'm using items stored, total current items minus 1 gives me the last item that we actually physically have in our list. I'm getting that copy from items stored. I'm getting the box surrounding items stored. And I'm saying, give me their world location. Give me the world location of the item that is currently in my box. So there's no reason. Alright, give me, look. Here's what I'm gonna do. Right? Take off the addition. Take off the addition. Here's what I want to do. You need to transform yourself directly to where my previous item is. We're not adding anything to it, subtracting, multiplying, we're not. I need you to go to the absolute world location of the previous item in the list. That's what I need from this. And if it jumps backwards on the shelf, yeah, there's nothing over there. How is that anywhere near a previous item in this box? Something's wrong. I'm pulling. Okay, I want to pull relative. Do I have relative? No, I have world location, because it said I needed to use world location. However, I want to get the relative location. I cannot. They won't let me get relative location. Because this item, see, this is why I need to use nodes. Because if I had nodes, I'd just get the location of that node. Because they don't allow you to interact with an attached item, I would need to attach that item to nodes if I want anything done. But that's the easy way and a little bit more laggy way. I want to do it with math and no lag, but it's not allowing me to get the position. I want to get a position of an object in relation to another object. There has to be a way to do that. I don't want to switch to a node system. I don't. I could switch to a node system right now and get it all done immediately. But then there's no challenge. And well, technically I'm not even switching. The node system is what the shelf uses, so the node system is technically already built. I just prefer the hard way. Because there has to be a way to figure this out and make this uniquely something, you know? So the item stored, I'm getting a copy of that item, but I don't understand why its world location is different than where I'm actually seeing it in the world. Right? Because I'm seeing it there. Alright, so the other way to do this, the other way to do it, there is a way to do this, alright? The other way to do this, if I don't want to store nodes, I would have to store location data. Let's do that. Let's store some location data to make this work. Okay, location data is going to be vectors. And it is going to be a vector set of arrays. Okay? I'm going to store location data for every single object. So when I make the objects and I add them to items stored, I also need to add the information to location data. So this is going to be a way to store all of the information on where everything should go. And it's going to get the relative position. But I think it's still going to teleport it to some unknown location because there's some disconnect there. But if I get the exact numbers, it should only teleport it to where I pull my exact numbers from. I would hope. So now I'm storing exact location data of objects in this box. These objects cannot be placed anywhere other than exact location data. So in order to get my new location, I would go item stored. Do I even have to go to item? No, total current items -1. And I would get a copy of that total, because total current items is updated every time, so I don't even need to go into item stored. I just get location data here. That's my array. Can we not do this? Okay, that's the number I want. So that's just gonna get me the next. Isn't that gonna get me the next open slot? That's gonna get me the next physical item that's actually there. Okay. I need the next item to be not the physical item. So I'm gonna take your location data. And I'm gonna have to add, I need to split it. And then X needs to get added by X size. And then Y needs to be added to Y size to make the new location data. Okay. I didn't need that much space. Let's move everything over. This should do it because it's taking those numbers that I stored, those absolute numbers that I stored, and it's adding towards those numbers. So I'm not trying to pull any new data. It's just going to add to those numbers there. And that's going to be my next empty slot every time. Now, coming back down to where we set in the location, I don't need to print this anymore because I know what it's going to be. It's going to be my new location slot. Oh, actually, I did this wrong. Oh no, I didn't. No, I didn't. The location data isn't being cleared, and I guess it doesn't need to, because all it does is I don't need to clear it until I empty the box out. Because all it does is take total current items. Well, I guess I would do need it if I changed. Well, if I changed items in the box, this would get reset anyway, because it would need to know. So that's already figured out. Because I'm not taking and removing location data, it just stays there for the duration of the object. Alright, so that is good. Total current item, so that's fine. So let me come back down here to where I actually move the object. Oh yeah, I can just move it to the new transform, because new transform is next empty slot is the location data. This should not fail. Famous last words. Alright, let's have a look, see at what's happening. Okay. I need to stare in the box. I wasn't paying attention. What happened? Let's take out, take away, take out, 4, take out. The next empty slot should be this one in the middle. 1. It's not. Look, it's moving it over there. It moved it here. So my guess is, actually I don't know what my guess is. I have an idea of why it put it here instead of back there. And that has to do with, I'm coming in from the back when I look for the next empty slot. But I do believe when I remove it, it's taking from the front. When I remove an item from the box, I remove item 0, right? And that shifts everything along. That's why it's moving to that first spot. I can fix that. The good thing is it came back to the box and it's not floating in midair. The bad thing is I'm reading the array backwards and deleting items from out the box backwards. So just take from the back, I suppose. If I took from the back, the one at the back will always be missing. And it'll be able to read it. I just have to find where I pull items out. Where are we dropping items? Yeah, we're adding items. Oh, is it over here? Where's the remove? There it is. We are getting the item here. So instead of getting item 0 from stored, I need to get total -1. And that should always take from the back. Total current items. Subtract 1 is going to give me the index from behind. That'll take from the back, and that'll make sure that when I read the items from the back, it'll go into that position. So I have a full box. Actually, now the box is probably gonna decrease items from this direction. So 4, 4, 4. It's going on the shelf still and putting 1. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. It didn't do it. It did and it didn't. I see where it put it. Because this one right here was skipped. It's putting it there. It's taking that same one back. So if I take a couple more back, yeah, it's off kilter a little bit. So there's no box here. There's no item here, so I don't know why I put it back there. I accidentally picked up the box. Yeah, it's putting it in the box, but it's not putting it in its right position. It's trying. I can see it attempting to put it in the right position. What's full? The shelf thinks it's full. Yeah, I have to edit the shelf. I can see it attempting to put it in the right position. Like, this is lined up directly behind the one that got skipped. but somehow it's shifting it over when it should only be sending objects back to objects that already had a position in the box. So it's a little strange that that one got sent off kilter, like halfway out of the box, because it should only be going back. It should only be able to be placed in a spot that was already used. So that's a little confusing, but I don't think we did go. Was I using this information? No, I was using it to print, but I never actually used it because I thought maybe that could be some of the problem. Alright, this was just stuff I was using to read, so we can delete that. So it does send it back to the box, and I don't think I'm gonna fix the index out of bounds on the shelf, but I want to make sure all of this is figured out first. We add to items stored. We added that in the back. I moved this out the way because it's not actually a part of anything but the print statement. Items stored. Added item to the box. Upgrade the box. Items in there. Get the length of items stored. If the box is empty, set it to nothing. Otherwise, get the next empty slot. Oh, I think the problem is this. Why am I adding anything? Yeah, this is the problem. That's why it was off kilter. There's no more adding needed, ever. If I'm storing all the location data, I'm just gonna pull the next empty slot's location data. Yeah, so recombine this struct. Delete make the vector. Yeah, I never need to. That's why it was pushed off to the side. This should work definitely now. Then we can move on to fixing the shelf. So let's put a couple on there. Let's do one more because it's gonna go right back in the center. Nope, I saw it throw itself across the screen really quickly. It's not in the box. But I saw it put another one on the shelf. I saw it fly. It disappeared from here. I saw it fly over. 4. Alright, it took that one. It should go right back there. It's not. I do see it leaving here because you can see the reference nodes. But it's not going back into the box anymore, and I don't know why. Next empty slot. Actually, don't subtract 1. If I'm trying to get the next empty slot, the next empty slot should just be total current items. You would subtract 1 to get the index of the previous item. So I think what happened is when I saw it come over, it was coming over and it was coming over and sitting on top of something that had already existed. Whereas just getting the total current items, ordinarily referencing it would give you an index out of bounds. But I'm trying to reference the next location space. Is there a time where referencing? No, because total current items could never be above max items allowed. So there's no time where referencing total current items will ever give me index out of bounds. because it could never be. Yes, it will. No, it won't. Because if the box is full, it'll stop running here, and it'll never get down to here to try to add an additional number. It never makes it to this code. So it should never run an index out of bounds, because it will never try to get down there. Okay? I think when I saw it move, I think it was moving and setting on top of something. Alright, so we got 4 items on the shelf. And holes missing. Ignoring this one, this first one gets skipped all the time. The new item should come right back here and sit in front of this one. And it does. We have fixed it. It works. Okay, it works, it works, it works. It comes back to the box. I did it with all math. I didn't have to switch systems and figuring out the node. That deserves me a 2-minute break. Be right back. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. We just got an amazing thing to work. We got the items to go back into the box. Unfortunately, only one item goes back into the box at a time. That part's broken because of the shelf. So that's the next thing we have to fix. We have to fix our shelf system. Now, let's see. No, excuse me, one moment. Overactive hiccups. Sorry about that. Alright, so now the shelf is the next thing we're going to tackle. Shelf definitely has a few indexes out of bounds. But let's see. Yeah, the shelf has some indexes out of bounds. That's why we cannot put the first item on the shelf. And so other stuff. Okay, so the first thing we do for unstocking the shelves, total current items -1. Wait, don't we need to, before we go back over there, oh no, never mind. We already do it. In update box, we do set total current items to the correct number. So something else is missing. We're not allowed to stock the first item on the shelf. And then max items allowed. We check for everything here. Also, this is where we set total current items. This is where we set that to get the next location and set it to nothing if the box is completely empty, and then if it's full it'll let us know. So that's a wonderful, I'm so glad this works this way. That's a wonderful piece of code there. Look at that beautiful piece of code. Now we're gonna move on to the shelf and let's see what's going on. First we got to tackle that index out of bounds that it keeps giving us. So let's figure, the shelf should also have, the shelf doesn't have location data and it doesn't need it because the shelf is the one that uses my other system, my node-based system. I'm thinking about converting it to the math-based system. Now that everything works in the box, it would save the shelves a lot of, it would just save it. So the math-based system just uses one bounding box and stores the items in the bounding box based on their size, and the shelf system stores separate nodes. But if someone's going to stock their store with a bunch of shelves, and don't worry, this isn't the final mesh, then you would kind of want fewer of these, because imagine something that could stack to 20. You'd have 20 nodes here, 20 nodes attached there, 20 nodes attached here, and if the shelf can stock up there, 20 nodes attached there. That is ridiculous. Whereas if you could just use math would be like, oh, how many of these can fit? How many do I have left over? That information will all run in the background and nothing physical will ever have to be there, kind of like this. So I'm thinking of switching everything to the math-based system. Node-based system is good if you want simple things, but the math-based system is definitely the way to go. It just lets everything run a whole lot smoother. So I'm not going to change the systems over just yet. I'm going to focus on moving forward because that both systems have already been created and people have seen how to create them. So it doesn't make sense duplicating them now, but once everything gets converted out of the play, what do you call it? Sandbox. So this project is basically a sandbox for me. Once everything gets taken out of the sandbox and put into the actual game that I'm building out, then I'll use one system for everything. But for now, we've got this node-based system. And then what if this one fails for some other reason? Then I would have deleted this. So that's why I keep everything around in the sandbox. So let's figure out what's going on with our shelf. So that's the unstocked shelf. That's what we were using to put things back into the box. But we need to stock our shelf. So when the player clicks number 4, we trigger stock shelf, which is directly in the shelf. So here's our starting point. Stock shelf, get active class box. Obviously we would do that differently in the main game. So once we start the shelves, first of all, we need to check whether or not the shelf is full. If the shelf is full of slots, we just say, sorry, I'm full. Otherwise, we can continue to stock the shelf. So we would tell the box shelf item. So that's back in the box as well. Everything happens in the box. So in order to shelf the item, we would say storage source. I can't say that word. Storage. Yeah, I'm going to change that. The source. Basically, it's just saying what storage type I am, and the storage type is shelf. And it could be shelf, refrigerator, freezer. Right now, it's a shelf. So it's telling you I'm a shelf. And then it's saying current item stored. What's currently stored on me? Nothing. That's not entirely true. Oh, wait. No, I set whether something is stored on it. So by default, it's going to be nothing. Nothing stored on me. And then current item amount. Why am I minusing 0 here? That's why we're getting out of bounds, because it hits -1 first. That's the first problem. Current item amount. We're going to have to we could either do the math in the box when we get to it, or we could do the math here on the shelf. But basically, the reason I couldn't put the first item down is because this is going to 0. Let's do some math here. Let's go ahead and get, so if current item amount is greater than, should we do greater than or equal to? No, we just have to be greater, hold on. Okay. Basically, if it's greater than 1, right? No. Greater than or equal to 1. If it's greater than or equal to 1, we can go ahead and get current item amount -0. Can we put 2 numbers in there? Or we just put I'd have to run the whole piece of code. I'd have to rerun all of the code. Okay. Otherwise, we run the same piece of code and we just send the number across. Actually, it might be easier to do the math in the yeah, this is a mess. All right, forget about this branch. We're gonna do the math in the box, because it's sending it there regardless. So just send current amount, however many you've got on hand, if anything, and then the math will be done in the box. It'll just take that number and put it in the box. Okay, so at the start, nothing is there, and the current amount is 0 anyway. But I was always subtracting 1, so I was getting 0 minus 1, which was give me -1, index out of bounds. Alright, so just send over the number that we're using, and we go to shelf item. So we save that, now go over to the box and do shelf item. Alright, this is shelf item right here. There is a lot going on in shelf item, so we're going to figure it out. So we're trying to shelf item. We can only shelf items so long as total current items in the box equals, well, we want to do it so long as it's greater than 0, but I don't know. Okay, it has to be greater than 0. Why would I do equals 0? Just I mean, it's the same as saying is it empty? So is total current item greater than 0? Okay, so I switched true and false. So true, false. If it's not greater than 0, sorry, box is empty. You cannot put anything else. If it is greater than 0, then something's in the box. Okay? The box is not empty. So this way, I only have to test 2 things. Before, the other way I had it, when I was testing whether or not the box was full, you had to test, is the box empty or full? And then you had to test if it's not full, is it emptied out completely or half full? And then, so that's like 3 things you have to test. You have to test whether or not it was full. And then if the answer is no, it's not full, you'd have to test whether it's empty or how many you had left in there. We just take the total current items in there. If the total current items is 0, we already know it's empty. It's implied that it's empty. And we don't have to check anything but that. So if total current items is greater than 0, the box is either full and can go on the shelf, or the box is half full and therefore can still go on the shelf. But this says it has at least 1 item in there, so that's great. All right, if the box isn't, if there's at least 1 item in the box, we need to figure out what that item is, find it in the row, and decide whether or not it is that item that's on the shelf. But there's a couple things we need to check. First of all, we need to check whether or not it is the item on the shelf that is being sent over or nothing. There's the catch. It can either be the item or it can be nothing. This isn't plugged. This is plugged in correctly. Wait. Outroast. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I skipped a step. It's plugged in correctly. The first thing is we need to test whether the item in our hand can go on the shelf in the first place. Sorry. Backtrack just a bit. Therefore, we pull the item type and we say, do we have the same item type? Can this even go on a shelf? You don't want to put ice cream on the shelf. Ice cream goes in the freezer. So the first thing we need to check is, can it even go on the shelf to begin with? If it can go on the shelf to begin with, we need to determine whether the shelf is, not necessarily whether the shelf is empty, but we need to determine if it's empty, or if it's not empty, if the item that's already on that shelf is the same as the item that I'm trying to add to the shelf. So that's what this here. I have my item, and I'm testing whether the items are equal to each other, or whether that stored item is nothing. And if it's nothing, we're clear. If it's equal to it, we're also clear. So I coupled them up into an or things, because either or can be true. So if it's false, then that just means that it's not the same item that you're trying to put on. But if it's true, we can add it. Now, we already know that adding the item, it was working. So, but the problem was our index out of bounds. So we already know this works. We can add items to the shelf. We've already seen that happen. But there was an out of bounds item when it came to storing the item. So that's what I need to rectify here. So right here, we're trying to add an item to a shelf. So the item to add, we're pulling it from items stored, which is giving us total current items minus 1. We would run out of bounds here. No, we wouldn't. No, we wouldn't. Because we only get here if total current items is greater than 0. Yes. Because if it's greater than 0, taking 1 away from it knocks it down to 0, and then this wouldn't fire. So now that we fixed that total items greater than 0, and we fixed that index out of bounds for the empty slot, we should be good to go. Right. All right. But there's a little math. Since I didn't want to do the math in the shelf, I think there's a spot where we have to add some math over here. I just want to go through it to make sure that isn't the case. So we're getting a copy of the next item that's in the box. And we're getting our shelf reference. And we're saying add to shelf this item. Why are we getting a reference to spaces? Get a reference, target, spaces. This is getting a reference to the slots to say, oh, because we're attaching here. Now, and this is where I said if something is being attached, I only want the attaching to happen inside the object itself, but it doesn't really matter. So this way, the box is handling attaching in both directions, to and from the box. That's fine. It's not a big deal who does the attaching, whether it's being handed off, which way. Keeping it all in one is easier to read, I would suppose. But it's actually no. Keep them separate, keep them together. It doesn't matter really. So the next thing we've got is, you know what? I don't hear any music. This whole time I felt something was missing, but I couldn't figure out what. I had to click on the page for it to start up a new song. What? This must be something new they implemented. Where they don't want you like just playing the music if you're not staring at their screen. God, the nerve of some people. I only need my ears. I don't need my eyes. But here we go. So total items stored, and it's going to remove it from this list. And then it's going to go update the box with that new amount. So now let's look at, so now that math we were doing, that -1, I don't even think that's needed. Because when do I ever use the empty slot? I use the next empty slot to get the parent. So if the parent is 0, the next empty slot is 0. I do need to add total current items. So add to shelf needs to add an additional item to total current items. That's one thing that's not happening here. Let me see shelf. Add to shelf was the name of the... Oh, update amount actually does it here, doesn't it? Current total. Yes, it does. Items, length. Yeah, it does. Update amount. Add to shelf, items, length, append. This is just text. Oh, we set the item to current item stored. That's correct. It's set. It changes from nothing, unless it is nothing. But it would only be nothing if we were removing from the shelf. And then, okay, so we add the item to shelf, current item stored. This is a problem right here. You see items, add item, add to shelf. In the box. Oh no, no, I did take that off. Get item stored. Okay, I thought I was adding it twice, but I wasn't. I only did add to shelf. I'm attaching it here. Item stored is being taken away, and then update box to update the numbers, and then shelf needs to update their numbers, add it to, and then update amount. So this should work. This shouldn't give me any more problems, no more out of bounds. The first time I press it, it should ring true. So let's press play. I can delete those. I press 4 once. Yep. Now that I'm pressing it, it should automatically go to the shelf, which it is. Now, for some reason, I could only ever take one item off the shelf. I have to figure out why that is the case, but yeah, I can't take any more items off the shelf, but it is adding them to the box. It's just not removing them. And we're still going out of bounds. Item to add is now empty. On who? The box? Update box. This is the shelf one, right? The one we're working on now? Yeah. Something is happening. Total current items. Is that ever being adjusted for the shelf? Set current item amount. Current item amount. Current item amount is sent every time. I'm gonna need to print. Whoa! What? I'm gonna need to print. Somewhere along the lines, I'm not adjusting current item amount. It's like it does it once, but it's not looping, so something's not happening somewhere. I missed a step, I just don't see where it is that things aren't looping. Like everything happens just once, and then it just stops happening. You know what stops happening? The attaching stops happening. Because it's increasing this. This doesn't happen more than once. Because it does increase. It increased the number in the box. It just doesn't move the items over there. Is this the same song? No. This thing being rude. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. Only fires once. Item. Wait, what? What is this item? Oh, that's from the box. Yeah, the item that's in the box. Okay. Could be the or statement that's stopping it. Let's do some print statements along the way. I have the correct item. No. Item type. I have the correct type. And then print here. The item. You know what I think is happening? The reason it only happens once is because initially the item is nothing. And then when the item changes, I think that's what breaks it. But it's weird that it breaks it, because it still does the update. Now it still kicks back an update. It still kicks back an update to the box, telling it to update to the next item, which only happens up here. So update box is constantly firing, but this doesn't, and I'm never getting the item must match the display, so this is firing multiple times. So that's not where the error is. I'll still print the statement this item is correct, but that definitely isn't where the error is. I'm thinking the error is in add to shelf. No, because this is the thing that's not firing. Target is wait a second, this isn't the shelf and items. No, this isn't the problem. Let me undo this. We can shelf as many items as we want. This isn't the problem. The problem is the opposite, the other one. Pulling the items back into the box is the issue. So this works fine. Yeah, this works fine. It's when I need to box the items that I'm getting an issue, that it's only running once. But this code is normal. So box item is the issue. Where is box item? Oh, up top. Because update runs, so box item is the problem. This, unstocked shelves. Box item, this runs once. I don't understand why. Box item. Right? Let me look at the character. When I press number 1, it only ever works once. Box item. Box item is my starting point. Branch. Is the box full? No. Shelf. Okay. We get a reference to the shelf. We say what item it is that we're trying to pull in. Dish soap. Total current items in the box. -1. Well, no. No, we don't really need this. If I'm trying to box the items, I don't really need to know what the empty slot is. I don't. I don't even think I use that information. I'll just put this, but I don't think I use that information. I need the box type, and the empty slot is taken care of with that new variable we made, next empty slot. So I don't need this variable at all anymore. But anyhow, unstocked shelf is what's giving us trouble. So let's go see what unstocked shelf looks like. Unstocked shelf. Alright, so here's the unstocked shelf one. It's saying what item. So this runs once, and then it doesn't run again. So let's figure out why. So the item we've currently got. Oh. Give me one moment. I have to message someone. So, where were we? Okay, so this appears to be the problem. This runs once, doesn't run again. So let's see what we're doing. Current items stored. It's typically nothing when it starts off. So if unstocked shelf, so we're trying to pull it back into the box. So if the current item, current item stored on our shelf. I'm trying to figure out which way I went with this, because you know we always have to do those triple checks. If it's full, if it can go on the shelf in the first place. So when we had the box for box item, we sent the item that we were sending. We sent the box type, which should just be that, A4. We sent the box type. So we don't even know if we can pull the item off the shelf yet, right? We just know that we're not full and we can handle something, but we don't know if that something is what we need. The shelf is going to tell us all of that information. Okay, so the current item that's on the shelf must equal the item that they have. Okay, so does the current item on the shelf, current item stored, does it equal what is in the box? Actually, let's do whether or not the box is empty first, right? Let's do it that way, because it really matters. If the box is empty, so let's do, if the what item is nothing. Alright, so this is basically saying if the box is empty, okay, so if the box is empty, we need to check to see if the item, oh gosh, this is difficult. It's not really difficult, there's just like a lot of steps to reroute to, which makes me think I probably should have started with item stored, but no. Alright, first say if the box is empty, we need to decide whether or not the item we're putting in it can even handle it. If, why is it saying no current item stored? Oh, shush. Alright, here's a couple things we need to do. First thing, I know why it says no current item stored. I confused last night after looking at this thing for many hours. I confused the item coming in with the item on the shelf. So if the item on the shelf, if there's nothing on the shelf, then like what are you doing? You can't put nothing into a box, you know? So if there's nothing on the shelf, not current item stored. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do current, no. Where is it? Current item stored. If the current item stored is absolutely nothing, then that means the shelf is empty. Right? And if the shelf is empty, we can't put nothing on anything. I wonder if I should even check. I could check first without having to deal with going through all of the pathways here about whether there's anything on the shelf in the first place. It doesn't really matter which order you do this kind of stuff to say. It doesn't even, hold on. let's see. It really doesn't matter what order you do it. It's kind of just to make you seem more sane. So what I want to do is I want to immediately kick back if the shelf is empty. So if current item stored is nothing, shelf is empty. Print. And I know I have a variable on whether or not the shelf is full, but in this case, the opposite of full is not empty. The opposite of full is partially full or empty. So let's just go shelf is empty, and we're not even going to bother with anything after that. So that's current item stored. That's if you're, why would you try to pull something off a shelf if there's nothing on it? Who knows? But that's just to make sure that that doesn't fire off. Now we can continue from there with the information that we looked at. And honestly, this is a decent way to do it. There is no other way to do it. Even when I start including the line trace is going to know that the shelf is empty, but you still won't get that information unless you actually try to interact with it with the box in your hand, and you'll be told that it's empty. So now that we've got the fact out of the way that the shelf is not empty, so there's at least something on the shelf, let's go ahead and match that item. So that at that point we take the current item stored, and then we say whether or not it is the same as the item that you're trying to store here. So let's go ahead and put that on the branch. That's not the right place for it. We're gonna leave that alone after that. So we go ahead and put that on a branch, and this print string is gonna tell me that the shelf is empty, and I'm moving it all the way up here, but it should really display on the widget to the player a little bit later. So we're gonna go ahead and push that to the player, and the next thing we're gonna do, okay. Hi Boom, welcome in. I don't know what Reese's Puffs, I don't know what that is. But hello, welcome in. Try to, contain your emotions. I know this is very exciting stuff, but if you want to interact, just be a decent civil human being and start typing stuff, and I'll respond to that. But just typing random words is, you must be 12 years old or something, I don't know. Anyhow, current item stored. We're going to test to see whether or not the current item that we're storing on the shelf, now that we know that it's not nothing, we're going to check to see if it equals the item that's already in the box. So if it's not equal to the item that's already in the box, we're going to just say items must match. And I think I kind of already did a little bit of that, but I don't know why I'm just recreating the whole thing because it was broken. So, all right. So, if the item stored is currently the same item that's in the box, but the box, I see I've made an error here. I didn't really make an error, but I don't calculate for if the box itself has an empty slot in it. Ideally, you shouldn't even click this if the box has an empty slot. But I do need to calculate for if the box is completely empty. Let me see. Total current items. There we go. Not empty slot. Total items in box. There we go. So, if total items in box is greater than 0, then you're gonna know that the box isn't empty. Alright, so if if it is, all right, so if it's the same, we can't even do if it's the same item first, because we have to determine if the box is empty first, right? Because it might generate not the same item. Well, actually, it doesn't matter, because if we do not the same item first, then we generate down here. But logically, when you're speaking through it, it makes sense to do to test whether the box has something in it already. So if it's greater than 0, that means it has something in it, and we need to test whether or not what's in it is the same item. Okay? So from there, so total items, if it's greater than 0, great. We need to see if the items match. However, if it's not greater than 0, let's say it's equal to 0, we then need to figure out if it's the box type, if it has the same box type. And in order to do that, this goes up. So let's move this up here, because we're going to figure that out in just a moment. But first we have to deal with this branch down here. Alright, so we'll be moving that up. But for now, we need to figure out, we need to get the data table row, which I've already done here. Alright, we need to get the data table row from the item that's currently stored. And this is going to go on false. So if it's false, if it's not greater than 0, we're going to go ahead and get the data table row here. We're going to decide, oops, grab it like this. All right. Okay, so the next thing we're gonna do is, all right, so once we determine that the items in the box are 0, we need to determine whether or not the item that we're trying to take from off of the shelf, we need to determine whether that current item stored is the correct box type. So I did this a little bit before, and now I'm basically rewriting the entire thing because I didn't like the order that I was doing it in. So you can see over here that I basically already rewrote that statement. So actually I can just delete this one and plug box type into here. So if it's the same type of box, you'll be able to tell whether or not it can go into there. Alright, so to make that neat, I'm just gonna pile this stuff in here. Put that there. Sure. Let's move this over a bit. Alright, so alright, that comes down there. Now we've got our branch for this, which comes out of row found. So if it's not the right box type, then you just say this isn't the box for me, it's in the wrong box. Okay? So that's how we get the different boxes to match up. Next thing we're gonna do alright, so now next thing we're gonna backtrack and do the different branches. I disconnected that branch because I probably already looked at that stuff while I reorganized everything. So now that we've come in and we've done that false, let's backtrack to this true. Alright, so if it's over 0, then it's already in the right box, so we don't actually have to check to see whether it's in the right box. We just have to check to see if it is the correct item. Okay, so if it isn't the correct item, here's where we would say the items must match. If it is the correct item, here's where we would go ahead and add. All right, let's see. And then if it is the right box, wait, wouldn't I still need to check? No, because the item's already in there. Current item stored equals if it is the same item. That's good. Hold on, let me see the way I have this connected. Let's go back through. Total items in box is greater than 0. Yes, it's greater than 0. No, the box is completely empty. Then check to see if the box size matches. Yes, it's greater than 0. That means the box size is gonna match if the item currently stored in there is the right item. Okay, so now we would go to, we basically get to the moving of items. And I think, wouldn't they both link up to the same thing? Because they both rung to the point where I can add it. Let me see if it's the right item that's already in there. Yes, if it's empty and the box match, yes. So they would both trail off to here. Okay, they both lead to the same activity. Quite alright. Let's keep going. So now what we need to do here is basically add one item to the box. So do we need, alright, current item amount, total items in box, what type? Current item amount is what's on the shelf. So essentially we would get the item from the shelf. Remove the item from items. And then we would decrease well, we will update amount here. Do I not have an update amount? I thought I did. Not update amount. It would be yeah, update amount. Current item amount, if it's there, it's set to empty. No. Update amount. current item, and I would need to do one more. I would need to say if current item less than or equal 0, then current item stored would have to be set back to nothing. Okay, so if that is, oh, wrong one. I need a branch. Okay, so if current items less than 0, less than or equal to 0, it should never be less than, but alright. So if it's that, set it back to nothing. But I still need to decrease current amount. Items length. Oh no. I do decrease it every time I call update amount. It sets it to whatever the length is, whether it's added or taken away. So after removing it, just call update amount, and that should allow me to add multiple items to the shelf and take off multiple items from the shelf. Let's go ahead and see how that works. Let's give it a test. Save all, press play. Okay, we can go ahead and add some to the box. We can take them away, add as many, 3, take away as many, and we know the adding works, but let me look in the box and see when I put them back away, they're going back into the box in a place. And I can pick it up, and I'll do it looking at the box this way, in, emptying the box, pulling back in, and everything works as it's supposed to do. Everything, all is right with the world. We are well on our way to stocking shelves. Oh no. Uh-oh, something's wrong. It won't let me stock any more shelves. Everything is full. It says the shelf count is full. But why is the shelf count full when I took away items? So something's wrong with the update feature. Current shelf greater than or equal to the number, set it to full. And then if it's not, oh, okay. Once I set it to full, I couldn't unset it. I need to unset it. If it's not, set it to not full, because once it gets full and then I take them off, it needs to know to be set back to not full. Current item amount is 0, then we set it to nothing. But the setting current, I don't think I set it current item stored ever. Total item, current, shoot, I have to set current item store somewhere. If the shelf is empty, if it's not empty, total items, when do I stock? I have to stock the shelf at some point, but I don't think it's here. Stock shelf is over here. Current item stored goes into stored item, but when do we set current item stored? Anywhere? Don't we do it in add to shelf? Yes, we do. Set current item stored, and then it'll be set back to nothing. That was the only error. Then everything else should work. So let's press play. Let's go ahead and pick up the box, stock it. I'm gonna stock it all the way, and then put them back in the box, and then stock it again, and it's not telling me it's full. Stock it again, it's not full. I have the box rotated the incorrect direction, but that's something I'll do because I should be able to see them. The only way to see them right now, leave and enter, is if I pick the box up from behind like this, because the array takes stuff away that direction. But I will fix that and make sure the box rotates to the way that I want it to rotate, and it's taking them. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button. I was pressing 2 and like I'm wondering why it didn't work, and the button to press is 1. I broke it. Am I pressing 4? I am pressing 4. Sorry, I'm full. We got another error that says sorry, I'm full again. It is full. What did I do? It's what? But I pressed a button that I shouldn't have pressed. That was used for a different system to take in information. What does 2 do? Get active class, build shelf. Oh, I rebuilt the shelves. Build shelf, that had something to do with something I was testing. That's why it's saying full, because I accidentally built the shelf twice, and it now thinks that the shelf is something. But that's a different system. My finger slipped, so that has nothing to do with this. This works normally. Yeah, and this is never gonna get full. I can put the stuff in, take the stuff off. We're good. Boom. We're good, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. Oh, this is absolutely amazing. Everything is working exactly as it should. We are good to go. So now we have an entire stocking and unstocking system. The shelf, it builds itself based on how many rows and columns you want. The box builds itself based on the size of the item that you're trying to put in the box. This is an amazing, like, projects. Those mechanics alone practically completes the entire project. So I rotated the box. Alright, there we go. Put it back in. I'm gonna have it so you can't rotate the box that way. But this is so rewarding just to see myself stack these shelves, unstack the shelves. Alright. That's good. Now I don't even know what to do next. Everything just worked so well. Let's think. What should happen next? I'm gonna take a quick break and then I'll come back and figure out the next thing I want to do. It's probably gonna be the line trace from the character to figure out some information, but let me take a quick break. I'll be right back. And we're back. Well, I am so excited that this part is finished. It's absolutely amazing. 3 is to pick up the box. I picked it up the wrong way. I think I can turn this way. Or was it that way and rotate? It's weird that the box rotates the way I'm standing. That's funny. I'll have to pick it up and get it to rotate a certain way, but that's a part of animation. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm full. Alright, let's put them back in the box. Oh, I could just sit here and do this all day, but we do have to move on to program in a different section. I'm not entirely sure what I wanted to program next. I was gonna do the line trace, but that's like simple. That's a simple one line, like a line trace is literally one node and you just plug some stuff into it. Say the distance you want it to look out from the player's perspective. It's not really anything to it. The next complicated system we can post would be the monetary system. Let's do the monetary system. Now, this renovation system has their own, supposedly has their own monetary system, but I didn't see it being used. The only time I saw it being used was when you took out the gun, middle mouse click, this pay gun, and you sold stuff, but then nothing costs money. Nothing costs money. So, is it really? Right? 1743. Yeah, this doesn't cost money. So, there's not really a monetary system in this game. So, let's make a monetary system. One where things cost money and you have to actually do the addition to give them their money back. And that other payment system and the computer system, we're going to put all those systems together. But we're going to start with the till. First we're going to start looking through my library, because even though I have spent way too much money on assets, what do they call it? I don't even think I have money. I don't even have a money asset. Cash. I don't have a cash register. And I would need a cash register where the drawer opens, so I can put money in the drawer and the drawer can slide open every time. We're gonna have to look for one of those. One moment. Oh, that's not what I was looking for. I have to find a nice one too. Here's the asset store. Those are some cool fantasy trees. A gas station. You know what? I think I do have a till. Now that I think about it. I have that hospitality pack. Hospitality pack. Let's look at this asset. Yep, there's one right there. I don't think it has separate parts. And I don't think it opened. It doesn't even look like an actual register. I have a whole kitchen set. What? Dining room? We're about to open up a restaurant, guys. I need to get a closer picture of what this doesn't look like. It doesn't look like a till. It doesn't look. Let me see. Was that all the images? That's it? I'm not able to see it, it's so far away. It doesn't look like one with buttons and stuff. I guess you wouldn't need the buttons, you just need to slide the thing open and give people cash. What does a real register even look like? Yeah, that's like digital. Do they store the money down the bottom? It's like I've been shopping before, I've just never looked at a register in person or up close. And I've never touched one, that's for certain, so I wouldn't even know. There's a lock on the bottom of it. I guess to keep the money locked up, but it's so small. Why did I think registers had big giant buttons on them? Is that wrong? Or is that only in cartoons? Now I have to see a register in person. This is a new asset. I don't own this. It looks cool though. I guess I just look for a cash register. Oh look, I had cash register assets saved in my wish list. I've never seen these a day in my life. When did I save this? That's why my wish list is like 200 long. I've never seen this before. See, this is what I thought a cash register was. With like beep boop buttons. This stuff is just strange to me. What's this? This is a scale. I guess if you weigh the items. Oh, that would be so tedious if you had to weigh fresh fruit. I should add that just to make people annoyed. Just to give when I say annoyed, I mean it'll give people something extra to do. Just to give people something extra to do, so it's not the same tedious thing every single time. I should definitely add weighing fresh fruit and vegetable. But here's the problem with this. None of this has like sliding drawers that open. You can tell that was just one piece of mesh. Yeah, so these are definitely useless. Poll display. Remove those from my list. I can't believe I saved those. I don't remember what? Never remember saving that. The Sound of Money. Fast food cafe building. Everything is like included in a building. If it's just a prop, then it's not going to be accurate, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, those are definitely not. You cannot slide the drawer open. Oh no, actually it looks like a separate drawer. You probably cannot move them though. They're just props. This one, diner and restaurant props. Looks cool. But I don't think the till opens. No. Western props. Is it an old-timey cash register? I see a safe. Oh, this is cool. I've seen one of these in the museum, I think. Where there's like a handle that you pull down or something. Cool. What if I just did money? Now they start to show different things like an ATM. How is urban props? Electronics store. Device and furniture. Wait, I have a bank? I have a bank. Does the bank have a register, you think? Probably not. I think it's just a building to look pretty. Do they have cash registers in banks? Nah, probably not. Well, where do they get the money from? Like, if you take money out the bank, I don't know. I thought they had like a little register back there. I also had another place that I thought might have a register in it, but now I forget what it was called. No, I'm just gonna look for another. Let's keep looking through money. Bank heist. Nah. I looked at that set. Western. Yeah, I have a shop. Vendors and customers? What? Yeah, I'm getting this. There's a shopping customers now? These are people that want the waiter to come to them. This is an amazing pack. These are shoppers, so they're getting stuff off the shelf. This is nice. These are people waiting, sitting at a bar. Oh my goodness. Sitting at the table. I don't know what this is. Talking electronics. Vendors and this is an amazing. What? You're cooking up stuff for them? This is an amazing pack. Why is it only $20? It's half off. I better get it before cashier, bartender, chefs, 143 different types of customers. I'm getting this pack. I'm glad I found that. It's not what I was here for, but that is an amazing pack. I don't even, oh, it's this. I have a mall or shop. I think it's just called store, but I don't think there's a till. Clothing and shoe, clothing and shoe store and grocery store. Mind you, I had no idea I had this grocery store collection pack. Probably gonna use these in the game. It only makes sense, no? I don't know if I don't like the shelves, but I like the freezers, the black freezers. I like those. I don't really like these shelves. I'll use shelves from something different. There is a till, but I do not think it's operational. This is cute too. I really like this one. I like these. I don't like these. These are ugly. Like, what does the grocery store look like? I don't think they look like this. This is ugly to me. Different types of foods. This is a nice kit. Forklift. Oh, we've got little trolleys. Oh, basket. I'm using this basket. Why luggage? I don't know. I'm gonna use the customers are all gonna come in with their little white little basket. Oh, it's gonna be so cute. I probably won't program the AI. I didn't get to see the till. There was a register. This. No, it doesn't look like it opened. Oh, I own this. I can just check. I'm gonna check to see if that opens. This is the one I was thinking of, but I doubt they have registers. They have shoes. Oh, they do, but it doesn't accept actual cash. It's like a digital payment system only. I think that's the best we're gonna get. Yeah, digital only. Which is weird. What if you come into the store with cash? No cash allowed, I guess. This doesn't look like the thing that was there. This white one that's front and center. But let's check the project. Store props collection. Baggage carts. Oh, look at the little cute little thing. How is that not adorable? You can put your logo on the side of it, and all of the people will walk around carrying this little basket to put their shopping in. Mind you, I could physically put the items in to the cart. I could do that, but I probably won't. They'll just have cute little baskets, okay? The baskets will all be empty, but they'll have them. Engineering communication. What a weird name for a folder. Now I have to find it. Market? It could be market asset. It is. This is the static mesh, so the fact that it doesn't come in two pieces means nope, you cannot open. Darn. What's this? Oh. Alright, I still haven't found the register that I need. Which... Okay. I haven't even found money, that's weird. Like, actual money just sitting around. Here's some money we're gonna be using. They have little credit cards? That's so cute. Balls. Oh. Now you're gonna laugh at that one. Money balls. Cool. Alright. So we have different money and different pieces of change. Let's give that. Pawn shop bundle. Oh. I thought with the pawn shop bundle I would see like stuff in the shop, like the register or something. How is there no register on the entirety of the marketplace? Bank heist. Medieval coins. Currency bundle pack? Didn't I just see this under a different name? What? Okay. Ice Essentials, that's cool. Why'd I click on this? It was blurred out, I was curious. Casino, club, and bar. I wonder if this has... Because where would you get your money or trade your chips in? Nope. Not here. Man. Collection effect. Huh? Okay. I don't think I'm gonna find it, guys. Working computer and Wi-Fi? No thank you. ATM system. I think I'm gonna have to use dummy objects on the ground for my cash register. Until I get a better version of one. Train station, adventure component. Yeah, we're getting farther away from what I'm actually looking for. Nobody on the entire marketplace store made a cash register. Like a proper one that opens and has the slots of money in them. Like that doesn't exist in the entirety of the marketplace. That doesn't make sense to me. Bankgeist. What's this? What are those other things called? I don't know the name for them. The conveyor belts, right? I guess you just call them conveyors. I'm gonna type in a conveyor belt. Like when you, yeah. Isn't this what you put your groceries on and then the groceries come down to the end? I don't know. Recent news. Smart conveyor belt factory. Conveyor belt sushi restaurant. Interesting. That's very interesting. That's cute. Oh. Huh. No, because this is like, they don't have a till ever. Factory interior. Advanced puzzle construct. This is it? There's like absolutely nothing. Alright. What I'm gonna have to do is build a box and then have the separate pieces of money inside the box, and then each of them I'm gonna have to test the object that way. Well, you're not really. It's really all just touch, and then once you touch a number, it adds to the total, and then a lot of the other numbers are going to be randomized as well, like what the customer gives you versus how much change they require back. Like the change and stuff that they require back, that's all going to be programmed. No, it can't be. I would say that will all be programmed into the customer. But it would have to change based on whether or not the customer is able to find the object in your store or the right amount of the object in your store. So that is going to have to be calculated different. But money, you giving a person the money back just really has to do with clicking. Once you click on an item, it just adds it to a total. So I kind of just wanted to have it set up correctly, but I can't believe that there's no. I thought I was just gonna be able to find a cash register or any. I thought I'd be able to find one quite easily, and now it feels like the marketplace has shrunk. As I've been shopping lately on it, it feels like there are fewer and fewer range of things, but it used to be you could find a lot on it. I guess this marketplace still isn't as big as like Unity's marketplace or something. There are other places you can go to get 3D assets, but then I'd have to edit it in Blender and then convert it, upload it, and then have the different textures on it and all that stuff. So what I'm gonna do is right now I'm gonna use placement dummy objects for the money. Unless money came with the supermarket thing, I doubt it. But I'm gonna use dummy objects for that, and then I'm gonna let's see. Let's see. Kitchen furniture, market assets, office furniture, maybe? No, I didn't see any on the picture, so I doubt it comes with it. Paper. Oh, this is just a bunch of different papers. No, wait. That's a card. Like a credit card or something? Hold on. Or it could be, what would I do with a playing card? That doesn't make any sense. Why would office papers contain a bunch of playing cards? What would you actually have to do with that? The playing cards won't hurt though. I definitely can use them. As a placeholder for the currency while I'm working on that particular system. Package, deck, paper, stickers. What? Where we go? Stickers? Like post-it? Maybe that's like post-it notes. Yeah. Tools, warehouse equipment, store shelf, shelving, restroom assets, nah. Office, wooden furniture, fonts, office paper, medium props. Alright, let's see, how are we gonna build this? Mm. We'd have to. I don't even have a register. Oh, the word, I know another synonym. Another synonym would be like checkout or something. Checkout. It's probably not going to return anything. Boom, supermarket store props. Why wouldn't that come up the first time? Grocery store props. Ugh. Cyberpunk store. I knew a synonym. Maybe it's just the categorization of stuff. This looks very bad. Like very low poly, low quality. I don't even want to know what that's gonna look like up close. What's this? This is where they pay. This is where you get the money from. If they have a credit card, they would pay here. I don't like the shape of it. It looks better in the light. Honestly. It doesn't look that great, but it looks better lit. I don't think the money is gonna pop up here. Like, I don't think the drawer can slide out. A lot of this stuff is just set here for show, and it's kind of annoying. This isn't even a register. Wait, none of this isn't a register, this is a scale. This is for weighing objects. The actual register is missing. Oh, that's boring. What about this one? Oh yeah, that one doesn't exist anymore. Really? Why show it to me then? Oh, I don't know what happened, but it's no longer unavailable. What is this scale of a thing? This looks like a scale for weighing objects. This looks like... I wouldn't even know. I'm not even gonna make any... Oh, these baskets are so cute. Now I want my shoppers to walk around with these baskets instead. This shelf looks interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tier. Fruits and veg stand. I like this one, but only because it comes with this different shelving. Don't really like the freezer. This is a refrigerator technically, and this is a closed refrigerator. I'm guessing this is freezer. This freezer looks broken. This looks like bakery. I don't like these wooden shelves though. I don't like this. I don't like these either. It comes with this. This is unique. Whoa, look at all that space you're able to store stuff on. Okay, this is interesting. Nice. Wait, I didn't see the checkout. Did I miss it? Oh no. Not really good checkouts here either. Darn. How hard why is it so hard to get something so simple? Cash register, that's it. That's all I wanted. This is a nice setup though. I love those shelves. I'm gonna see what's inside of this. Probably nothing good. Don't see a register. Guess the food is free. Alright, that's all I could think of. Checkout was the only thing I could think of. Unless I do it in two separate words. No. It's fine. It just looks like I'll have to get custom assets and stuff made for the cash register at the end. That's okay. But let's get back to making a system. I've had enough of looking around at non-system stuff. Let's get back to coding. Alright, so basically what we want to be able to do is open the register, give the people their exact change. This looks complicated, but this is gonna have the information on it, and then you're gonna be able to touch the numbers. The numbers are going to equal the numbers are going to have to equal the total, and that total is going to have to match the difference that they gave you. So if I went, this is really simple math actually, a lot simpler than packaging items in the box. So let's just go ahead and make another thing. It's just going to be cash register, and I'm going to combine the cash register with I guess I'd make like one blueprint, and I would combine the till, like the machine that the money actually comes out with, and then the credit card swipe one. I would make them all one piece together. And then here's what you would do now. In here, I'm going to use this just because it's something. Where's it here? If you're holding onto something inside the content drawer, some people don't know, and you try to add a static mesh, it'll automatically add whatever you're holding onto, so you don't always have to go search for it. That's just a tip I've always been using, so. Alright, so we got our cash register, and then I'm not gonna add another cash register. I wanna add this money. But I have to. So 17. Let's just rotate it. Why is that not on? Okay. Oh, what did I do? Put that back. It's frozen. Let it scoot back over. Be normal. It's stuck. Oh no. Don't crash. Please don't crash. Thank you for not crashing. Where were we? Alright. So I did card 17. Add card 16. Come on. We have card 15. And card 14. I did not mean to attach that. But it put it in the right spot. Alright, so we give out 1, 5, 10s, and 20. We don't go up to 50. Just because I don't feel like adding another card, and this enough serves the point. Alright, so first thing we do is we create some variables. So the first variable we're going to need is, these are our whole numbers too. No, won't they have to be floats? Yeah, floats. These are our floats, and the first one is going to be checkout total. That's how much the person's total items ring up to. One moment. Okay. The next float we're gonna need is money. What do you call it? I know there's a term for it. Amount received. Alright, so the amount received, the total that the groceries come up to, then the amount given, amount owed. Let's just do grocery total, how much money you received, how much money was given, how much money you owe. Now, the money coming in and whatnot is going to be random, so I'm going to go to the event graph. I'm going to create a custom event. And I'm going to call it generate sale. This is purely for testing because typically the sale is going to be generated based on the player. You know what? I didn't do change. I only did whole numbers, but that's okay. We're gonna overpay the customers for these sales I'm about to generate. All right, so let's make this full screen. We're technically done with the box and the shelf for now. So I'm gonna go ahead and close those, but we still need the player open to trigger the generation of sales. Okay, so we can close all of this. Can even close the rice that's been open from the start. Alright, so back to the cash register. Generate sale, this is just gonna be from my test. So, grocery total. I want something random. Random float in range between $1 and $100. I guess we can do 300. Okay, so we can actually make change and whatnot. Okay, and then, oh no, give that back. It was this I was trying to delete because we need to set it. Alright, so that's going to give us a random, every time we request it, it's just going to give us a random amount that the groceries are due up to. And then I need an amount received. Okay. Set amount received to a random float between okay. Let's not do that. Let's do +5. Alright. okay, we're gonna do a random float and add $5 to it. So they'll always give us at least $5. They'll give us between exact $5 over exact change and the max amount that they're allowed to spend. So if you would just put the number here or like exact change or whatnot. Because there's sometimes where the line is too long and I get a higher probability of exact change. And that's pretty cool, but that's something that you would add a little bit later to increase the rate of that. I would actually just have it as a separate rate in the game, and then if circumstances changes, I would have exact change or whatever turned on, or higher probability of a customer walking up to your register and having exact change. Okay, so, but for now we're just trying to generate sales, so the amount received is going to increase based on that. The next thing, okay, amount given and amount owed. So we're gonna set amount owed. I didn't mean to grab it. Next thing we need to do is set amount owed, and the amount owed is going to be amount received minus the groceries total and that's going to be how much money that you owe them. And again, all of this is going to be generated by the AI the second they walk up to your till. Okay, so amount received minus the grocery total is going to be the change that you owe them. Right? Yeah, I don't know why I'm overthinking that part. Alright, so now that I have set my groceries total, set the amount they gave me, groceries total plus $5. Yeah, grocery total plus $5 is the minimum they can give me. Wait, and that's amount received. So I'm setting a random number, but it's really weird that they would ever give you. It's the number that they're set. This is generating randomness. The number that they give you is going to be relatively close to the number that you did. But since I'm testing a make change system, I made $300, so max, like really weird, but whatever. But you don't want them to. The way you want them to be able to pay is it doesn't make sense that they would pay. Like there were some guys that were coming in on the game paying with a $100 bill. You want to take the money and pay to the nearest section or quadrant of currency. Like if it's $80, they can pay with $100. But I guess the next section down from that would be like $50. And $50 increments. But if they're paying for something that's $10, it doesn't make sense for them to give you a $30. But it does make sense for them to give you a $20, because 20 plus 30 and the thing's only $10. 20 plus 30 is another 10. You can just drop that 10 off and give it 20. So the amount of money they have to give you needs to make sense for breaking up in chunks. Like they could pay you it would make sense for them to pay you with $40 if they only had two 20s and couldn't break the second one, but it doesn't make sense for them to give you 30. Like that's some kind of math that you'd have to put together, or you can just randomize it and hope nobody pays attention to the fact that sometimes people are just given amounts where it doesn't make sense, but whatever. So this is always going to generate that random number, and then I should have actually been printing out. See, now it doesn't make sense to print. Where's event begin play? It doesn't make sense to print because I'm always going to need to see the information. So what I have to do is amount owed, amount given. Wait, what's here? Amount received, grocery total, amount owed, and I have an amount given. I'm going to have to create a quick, very quick widget to keep the information on the screen while I test out the system. Because it doesn't make sense to not do that. So we're going to have a user widget right on the screen. Alright, so money widget. Let's go in really quick. I did not mean to do that. We're going to go ahead and put a canvas on there. And then I'm going to just take a bunch of text. Do I have to drag this down? Oh yeah, of course. What am I thinking? Okay, I'm gonna wrap that text box in a vertical. That's not it. What's the other direction? Horizontal box words. All right, and then I'm gonna take that horizontal box and wrap it in a vertical box going the other direction. Okay, all right, and so what I'm gonna do inside the horizontal box is have two text blocks, one for the text, which is going to say whatever I named my variables. All right, grocery total up top, and this is just so the information can stay on the screen, and if I use print statements, it'll disappear in like 2 seconds, and I'll be like trying to do everything really quick just to make sure it stayed on the screen, and we don't want to do that. Give that back. Grocery total. I'm gonna do 2 spaces and a semicolon, and don't worry about text block, just say it is grocery. Switch my letters around. Grocery total, go ahead and make that a variable because we're going to be editing that information. And then I'm going to take this horizontal box and I'm going to duplicate it a couple times. 4 times, right? We need, no, 3 times, but we need 4 copies of it. Okay, the second one is, what's the other? The second one is amount received. Wait, they didn't? Are they they are, okay. The next one is amount amount received. The next one, this is quite messy. It doesn't actually matter for this, but it will matter when you're, obviously you want the widget that you're actually going to put this on is going to be a widget component, and that's how you make computer screens and stuff that you can interact with, and you're going to want to have this sitting on the computer in front of you. So grocery total, 2, no, amount received, amount owed, and then the last one, I put that in the wrong spot, didn't I? Amount owed. And then the last spot, pardon, the last spot is going to be amount given. Okay, and this is just so we can see it while we work. Okay. Okay. Alright, inside the... Did I compile that? Compile and save. Alright. Let's go ahead and create a widget. And it's gonna be... What do I call it? Money widget or something? Create a money widget. Go ahead and add it to viewport immediately. And then also from that, we're gonna get, did I name the variables? I named that one. Okay. Amount given. Amount owed. Amount received. Do I have spaces? Probably. Okay. I double check. Amount given. Amount owed. I actually only put space in that one. Grocery total. Alright, so what am I doing? I accidentally pressed play. Compile. What am I doing? Promote to variable, and we're gonna call that widget reference. I'm gonna add it to viewport. And that's gonna be that. So compile, save. Cash register's not out. Also, we can stop the box from printing all of that information out in the beginning. Actually, I know where that is. That's at the end. Oh, here. It's printing here. There. Okay. Alright, now cash register's still not out. There's this one here. Okay. Let's raise that up just a little bit. That's gonna add a very large widget to our screen, but that's alright. It's not. Oh, it is being blocked. Press play one more time. And just move it over a little. Alright, the entire vertical box. No, I think something's right there as well. Let's just adjust the position. Wait, what? Of the whole vertical box. Why does it feel like it's not moving everything? Okay. At first it was only moving like these little bit of letters inside the box. It was looking confusing. Alright, there we go. Alright, grocery total, amount owed. Alright, now every time we can get rid of that. Every time we run, 1, 2, 3, 4. I need a 5. Alright, when a 5 is pressed, cash register, generate sale. Alright, every time we press 5, it's going to generate a sale. And we come back over into the cash register. Hey, John. Oh, John, you've missed an awful lot, buddy. Oh, it's been quite some time, John. How have you been? Dude, this is a simulator game about like the one like supermarket simulator type thing, or like gas station simulator. Basically, it's a simulator game where you sell products and build your shop up to be really big, and that's kind of what I'm making. I can show off a little bit of what we've already done so far. So right now we're working on a point of sale system where I'm basically working on the till, like the register where they check out and you pay for stuff. But so far I have it so that you are the shop owner and you've got your box of like stuff right here, and you can pick up the box and you can take it over to the shelf and you can put items on the shelf, and the items come out of the box and they go on the shelf. And then if you want to put the items back into the box, you press this and items come back into the box because you want to take them off the shelf for some reason. So you can put items on the shelf and take them off the shelf. And that's kind of what we spent the last 2 days working on. There's 2 different systems involved in that. But yeah. So how did the test go, John? You tell me. Because I know I thought you said it was easy, you were going to do very well on the test, and what actually happened? Yeah, so that part is stocking the shelves, and then we have other things too. So in this one, you're allowed to take and place furniture. So you have this little pad that allows you to like paint the walls different colors. Let's do purple. So you can come in and you can paint the walls purple and whatnot. But I added to this a system for moving furniture around, so I can take a chair and then I can place a chair out. That should only happen when I have my hands out, hands free, and then once I have the chair, I can actually move it anywhere that I want to move the chair. So that's going to be in it, because you're going to have to place the furniture in your new store. So we have that kind of system. And then, of course, we got the stocking shelf system, the painting. So there's a lot of stuff. So the tests were easy. That's fantastic that the tests were easy. I'm glad you aced them then. Alright, so it's good that they were easy. I don't know if it's a good thing that they're easy, because if you're not being challenged, then you're not growing or you're not learning anything new. So if the tests are too easy for you, I think maybe you need a harder, tougher challenge so your mind can grow. Because here's the thing, if you're only looking for the easy way out, or you're only looking to do things that are easy for you, easily accomplished, and you get some kind of reward out of saying, oh, I did this, it was too easy, then you're going to sort of stagger your own self, because you'll grow up with that mindset of always looking for something easy. Not just staggering yourself, but when something difficult or hard does come your way, you're not going to rise to the occasion. And this has been seen time and time again. So I try to tell people, don't chase something just because it's easy to do, or like don't boast over it being easy. Just try to challenge yourself every day, or do something that's related to the field. If the tests are too easy for you, how about you do something that's related to the field and learn something a bit more about it. I was a kid in school who went back and who read extra chapters in the book. It was like, today we're studying chapter 4, and I'm like, well, I'm already on chapter 7. I've learned this stuff already. I don't know, I would just keep going, keep challenging myself all the time, just because, you know, you're doing, what's life without a challenge? Like, don't just do stuff just because it's easy. That's, I guess, the lesson I was trying to get out there. But anyway, we are going to have to, I've already set up for the character to generate the sale, but now we need to connect that information and display that information on the screen. I'm gonna set them all at the end just so it's not messy. So get the widget reference, and then we've got, I think I named them the same thing. So grocery total. Oop, that is not what I tried to do. Alright, no. What? No? Wait a second. Why? I don't know why I can't edit that, so I'm just going to say custom event. Set totals. I'm gonna have to add another custom event. Why can't I why can't I edit this? I'm used to editing variables. Field notify, expose, default. So if I made a new one, I can tick that. What? These are variables inside of their actual pieces of delete. We'll just do it this way, I suppose. Set total. So add some inputs. They're gonna be, I only need 3. Amount received. So total received owed. So total. That's not it. And these are all going to be, that's not what, there are floats anyway. What am I doing? Don't need that last one there. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and take that, and then, wait, I can't even set it? What? Something is wrong. What can't I set? I must have something not ticked. Amount owed is variable. I should give text. Okay. Get amount owed text and return node is the value. I don't like that. I thought I was binding it to an actual. This is being mean to me and I don't understand why. I don't actually know. Is it the parents or, let me see. Grocery total, horizontal box, parent, graph. What? I've never never run into this issue before. I was just always able to set the data. But something's definitely different than when I used this before. Let's figure it out though. Yeah, I didn't want that. How do I delete this? That's the wrong number of arguments. I don't want it anymore. Amount moved. Is that the one I used? Took the binding off. Oops. That's not the one I bound. Alright, there's a setting here that I'm missing, and I'm not entirely sure why. Flow direction preferences here. Let's see if I can find it. Details for the details for the variable. No. Okay, but I don't. Oh my gosh, I don't want this to be a function anymore. How do I take that off? I tried to delete it. It won't let me. Get amount O text. Like, I don't want that anymore. It was this, right? Created a binding. I want to remove the binding, but I don't see the dang option anymore. Oh. Thank you. Let me save it. Now, why? Override accessible defaults. Can children be accessible? Accessible behavior. I have never had to mess with it. No. But it just says it's read only. It doesn't tell me why. And it doesn't give me the opportunity to freaking change it. It will not be editable on an instance of this blueprint. Why? You don't say why, you're just telling me no. Why? You'll go away for a while and come back? Okay, John. Thanks for stopping by. I'm glad you got through those tests. Local variable, get amount O text. No. Vertical box. Everything is set. This function. Thought I deleted that. I can't, I'm not even allowed to set them inside it doesn't make sense to me. It says it's not public. Okay, they're not public, but this isn't. This is in its own class. It's read only. Why? How do I get it off of read only? That doesn't. Variable type text, field notify express, expose to cinematics, advance. There's nothing here I can change to make it not read only. What the? I need to be able to set the text. There has to be something symbolized here that I just do not see. Size of the field. I'm just gonna have to go through all the settings until I find it. Context, appearance, color, strike, shadow, whatever. Justification, these are how it should look. Accessibility. But like, I have other widgets in this thing that I can edit. So this makes no sense. That did nothing. I'm gonna turn that on. Performance, advance. Wrapping. These are all how the text should look. Behavior is enabled, visible. Tooltip stuff. Transform, pivoting, rendering. But I don't get it. I set all kinds of variables. What's the difference between this? What is the difference? Let's look at the widget itself. Stop action. Why not accessible? Nah, that has nothing to do with it. Focus stuff. What is going on? I don't get it. I have literally other widgets in the game. Like that widget up top, day 1, 1209, 1210. That's being updated constantly. Therefore, it has to be set. Like, what the heck? What am I missing? That I create a widget and I cannot edit it, not even inside of its own self. Like, even if a variable is private, you can still access it within inside its own class. But for some reason, I'm not able to access this within its own class or without. There has to be something I'm overlooking that I don't know about. And I don't know. Because why have visible stuff on a screen, which would be widget to use for if you can't edit it, and if it's something you just have to flip on and off, then I don't think it should be off by default, because the text needs to be edited to convey text to a player. It's not always going to be the same text throughout, you would think, so it should be on by default. But it's not. Let's look. I couldn't. Alright, in-game widget. So it's right here, time. That is edited. Level money even. It should be edited. I do not get it. And these are all private as well. It's not public and it won't be accessed. These are saying the same, yet somehow somehow they're edited. Somehow time is referenced and edited. Clock widget. Toggle widgets editor visibility. So mine are all visible. None of them are locked. Those are all open, so it makes no sense why I can't access the variables. Graph. Day text. Alright. Get current day, get current time. Get current day. Day text. This is just getting alright, colon day text. Oh no. Set. Time days. Okay, so time days is a string that's being set on first person character. Time minutes is also being set on first person character. But how is the widget getting that information? No functions here. The widget clock is getting it. Get current day. Return current day. Okay. Well, you're getting it, but what do you do with that information? Does it look like anything? Get current time, same thing. It's getting a current time. This stuff is updated. Let me see something. I need to look at the clock. I need to go to the designer. Look at the actual day text. Yeah. It's bound to the event. Yeah. It's bound to the function. Is that new? Is that the only way you're allowed to do it now? Because that's not how I've always done it. And I actually making all these functions when I'm just trying to test something makes it's too much of a workaround for a quick test. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, so I know I'm not going crazy. Maybe I am going crazy, but I opened up an older project. Cause something's not right. Let's look at just this character dialogue. Like, does it make sense? Right. I can tell you, this is a chat box, which is just a vertical box that uses chat. It uses the speaker name. Speaker name changes. Obviously, the speaker dialogue is going to change. But these are text boxes, right? General text. It's not bound to anything because I never did that binding thing. I set it as a variable, and now I'm coming over to the graph. And yeah, they're private here, obviously, and instance editable. But I'm able to set these. Let me see. Where do I set? I have a dialogue manager. Hold on. Because this is absolutely ridiculous. Helper dialogue. No, that's for helping the player. My managers are going to be up over in... My managers are going to be up. And I'm going to solve this because there's something I don't have in there. Where did I keep those? I guess I separated it out. So dialogue. Let's go to the chat manager. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but this is another project. I take the reference to the HUD, I pull out the variables, and I can set them directly. So what happened? What are they doing that I'm not allowed to set my variables anymore in this new project? I'm really confused. Yeah, this is all I do. All I do is use set text. And the target is the HUD reference, and my dialogue manager sets it directly. Nothing, I didn't bind anything. I don't know. I didn't bind a function and have it change. This is, what? So why won't they let me do it now? I have my widget reference, but they wouldn't let me get any of my variables. I can't set anything. I can't set text at all. I don't understand. I'm not even allowed to access the widgets. They're the same text boxes. I cannot figure out if they've recently changed this, but I'm in 5.3 for both projects. But one project allows me to just grab the variable. It's the same variable. Literally a text box. Read the value of speaker's name, and then it lets me set it. Set text. Let me try that. I'm gonna try that here, and maybe I don't understand why it's not working. Let's try what amount owed. Let me see if I can do a set text. I can. Alright. At this point, I was just gonna do a large variable. Oh my gosh. About to go strangle someone's child really quick. I'm sorry. My roommate's company over. Give me one moment. Oh, I didn't put my be right back screen up. My bad. So basically, I cannot set it directly, but let's just keep going. I had to look in an old project to figure out how to do that. So amount owed. Wait, that's the target, and then the text is that. I wanted to do it all at once, so let's just keep duplicating. The other one is going to be set in a different one. Every time we hit the number, we're going to have to update amount given. And then we have to do a lot of checks to see if you're short, if you're undercutting them by a certain amount, and whatnot. So let's go ahead and do amount received. It's going to go ahead here. Amount received. And then the last one we need to plug in is grocery total. Oh, that's a V. Alright, get grocery total. Change that to the total, which was the first one. No need to make it neat or do reroute anything, because this won't be the permanent. If you, when you go to do it, for the, like when you do it finally, when you put it all together, you do want to bind it, but I just binding it and making variables and functions is pointless when you're just editing or just testing out something and making sure the mechanic works. So that's why I wanted to do it this way. So the next thing you have to do is set the text for the other one. And did I not create two? I didn't create the second variable. Alright, so after we generate sale, we're going to custom event, update amount. Alright, so basically every time you click on a different component, it's going to update the amount. So basically you're going to amount owed. Amount owed is going, so amount owed plus, that's a tricky one. Now it's gonna have to be plus, you're gonna have to set it, no, set amount owed. No, amount owed doesn't change, my apologies. I think it's amount given. It's gonna start at 0 and then not set. It's gonna be amount given, add. Amount given is gonna be based on the number that you click. That's interesting. How would I do that? Would I, every time you would click it, let's say last clicked, I guess. That's a weird one. No. Those would be an integer. She can only click whole numbers. Well, no, leave it as a float. Because if I click change, I want it to add point whatever to it. That's strange. How would I do? There's several ways you can do it. You can give each of the individual items their own value, or you know what you would do? That's interesting. Alright, here's how I would do it. I would turn all the money into a widget component, and I would make them buttons. That's exactly what I would do. Alright, so let's go ahead and compile that, and let's make some one button, one widget component. I think I have to make one for each button. That's gonna be weird. And I got the idea from something I made before where I had to do up and down arrows, but when I did that, the up and down, each up and down arrow was their own button. So it would definitely be widget blueprint. I'm trying to remember if I think they're the same. I don't remember. It's been a long time since I made one of these. Actually, it hasn't been that long. I just don't remember how I did it. Cause I'm trying to remember if, because you know how you have to make scene components. I'm trying to remember if I have to yes. I was trying to remember if I had to specifically make a widget component or if I could convert a widget to a widget component. WC, just call it 20. It has to be a widget component. Okay. I was trying to remember. That's what I was trying to remember. So, how did I do it? I know we come over here and then we add a widget component. Wait, what? Add widget interaction. Here's what it is. You add a widget interaction. This component allows you to interact with the widget component class. Yeah, this is it. I remember. Alright, and here's the thing. Player won't know the difference. They'll just know that they have to click on something. But you're not going to... Typically, if you're clicking on something in the world, you make a hitbox around it, and you decide, like, oh, I clicked on this, or oh, I clicked on this, based on that. But when it's something as small as money, and it's all within the same, like, little small area, because they're not separate objects as well. You're not interacting with separate objects. You want to use a widget component, and you have a little widget interaction. Don't I have to add the widget and the widget interact with the widget component? Don't I have to add the widget component too? Right? I think the interaction goes on it. It's been so long. I'm sorry. I know what I'm doing. I remember doing it. I just don't remember doing it. Widget interaction. Let me see if widget socket. This doesn't ask me. This doesn't ask me what widget I want. So I think I do have to have this. Does it not have widget class there? No. Alright, I think this is just the interaction itself. I'd have to go look at the old project to see how I set this up. But I'm doing this from a very, very vague memory that's over a year ago. And now I don't think I created the correct widget then, because I created a widget component. WC. Yeah, I don't think I made the right thing. The 20, WC20. What is this? UMG widget component. Oh, I don't think this is it. This goes on widgets as a component to widgets. I think it's a regular widget I need to make. Nope, go ahead and delete that. Just make make a user widget and call it W money 20. Ha, it rhymes. W money 20. Alright. So now we're gonna go ahead and add that widget onto the register. Widget. I don't think I'm doing this correctly. I may have to I think, yeah, because now we have a draw size, which we have to come over here and look, because it's going to be freaking huge. Oh, there's nothing on it. I don't know what I'm doing. I need to go into the widget and put something on it so I can see how big it is. I would typically just put the button, since I'm only using button. Oh, I keep forgetting you have to drag and drop it all the way down. Alright, so button. Alright, let's do background color, all that good stuff. Alright. Okay. I don't have text? That's rude. Does it not have text because I didn't put it on the... It doesn't matter, I guess. Alright, so on clicked is what you want, and then print string, and we're just gonna call it, before we, 20 money. Just because I don't know if I've done it correctly. So once I figured out that I've done this section correctly, then we can connect it up to change the value of the money. And we don't just want to increase the money, we want to give the player the ability to take the money back if they've clicked the wrong number. So we're going to have to do the math both ways, increasing and decreasing. Okay. So let's come on over to the register, and that, like I said, it's ginormous. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to scale this really far down, so it does look like I did it correctly. Yep. Is it long ways, or it looks like it's a square? Yes, the draw size is a square. I think the draw size could be really small. I don't know how small the cards are. The cards are smaller than 20 by 20 even. Rotate it down, because what it's gonna do is it's gonna be transparent, but I need it to sit over top of the cards. It'll be transparent soon. I just need to know what size it is in relation to that. And buttons have curvatures, but I can change the way the button is drawn. So you would go back into your designer for your money widget and go to the draw. There's some drawing information here. Color is style, right? Okay, draw as rounded box. Well, I want draw as box. We're gonna do box first, and then everything else is set to rounded box. I wish this propagated to children once you change the normal. Alright? And then when it's disabled, it should be drawing as none, so that doesn't matter. Because I'm gonna have to go back and change these to none when we get it to the right size. But now they are square boxes, like they should have been. Compile. Oh, compile, save. There it goes. Okay, now they're square. So what happens is we don't have to worry about needing to make it larger or having the corners bleed. Or we also don't have to worry about people complaining if they click a tiny corner and go, and it didn't give me blah blah blah. So this is like half. That's definitely a 10, and that's probably like 8. 6, or no, probably like 7, 10 by 7. Yeah, I'd say 10 by 7 is right on the money. Let's lift it up to see. No, it's definitely probably 10 by 6. Alright, let's see. You know, I could have done, yeah, it's probably like 9 by 6, not 10 by 6. But I suppose we could have just gone to the cards and asked them what size they were. However, I'd have to search it because I've got no idea where they are. What was it called? Card 20 or something? 9 by 6. Called it. Oh, there we go. It's the small things in life. Alright, so now that we got the size, that's 9 by 6. We're gonna go back to here and then draw it as, I mean, we could draw it as the border, but basically draw none. Draw none. We just want it to be a clear box covering the item so we can know that where we pressed. Draw none. Okay. Alright. So I also want to make sure it's there above the card. So let me compile and save. Save all. Now basically, please don't be too small. It doesn't work. I don't know where it is, but it's not working. Did I move it too low? Let me draw it again. Compile. I could have moved it under the card that last time I moved it. No, it's above it. Then the widget component isn't working. There must be another step that I was supposed to do that I hadn't done yet. I'll figure it out. Doesn't need to be exact, I guess. Widget interaction. Why do we have to have widget interaction attached to it? I haven't traced channel visibility, interaction distance. I'd have to open up another project to remember. Enable hit testing, yeah. Because I thought, initially I thought the widget interaction had to be the widget that you use. And then I thought widget interaction was editable when inherited, mobile socket interaction, virtual user index, pointer index, trace visibility, distance, source, hit testing. Yeah, I must have done something wrong. Component. Alright, let me open up one more project and take a sip of water. Give me a good quick moment. Let me just get a drink of water and open up a new, I've already got that. I have the old project. I'm gonna close the second project I had opened just to look, and then open up this one because I know I had a widget interaction like right at the front. That's just about opening. Oh, it just opened. Alright. This was one I was working on. This project is probably one of the only projects I actually just dropped. Because it required special effects. And I'm not a special effects artist, so I don't even know how they make special effects. I wouldn't know where to start. And this required some very special effects. but this is where I pretty much, so I started it, I built the house, and then didn't have any special effects, so I made this my sandbox for puzzles. So I have a flip puzzle here, where you go in, you get your mouse back, and you flip the puzzles. If anybody knows how to do these like little flip puzzles, you just flip the different sizes. But I think those are widget interactions, and then this is not widget interactions, those are just light switches, and then the lock is a widget interaction right here. No, I'm not allowed to go to the lock? No. What? What broke in this? Something broke in this project. What? This, oh, missing project settings? Yeah, that's because you changed stuff. I didn't touch this project in forever, and you changed stuff, and now this has to abide by it. Can I really not? I'm not going to be able to look at that. Can I look at this? I can't even interact with the light switches anymore. Right. Yeah, but it let me I can't even interact with this anymore. And you just saw me interact with it. It zooms my camera in and then suddenly stop. Gee, thanks, Unreal. Anyway, all I need to do is pull the widget interaction from off of this old project. So let's go ahead and... Actually, let's get the puzzles. Oh no, I cannot. I don't want to get the puzzle one. The puzzle actually doesn't generate until runtime. So that's fun. But this widget interaction for the lock should be there still. Nope, that generates during runtime too. But I can still mess with the blueprint for the lock. Let me see. Yeah, so I don't put a widget on there. I put a widget interaction. But for some reason, I couldn't figure out where the widget goes. So it's not both, it's just one. Then how do I get... So, no, wait. Let me go to their project. I said there. I meant to say, let me go to my other project. What was that red light? Huh? What the hell? I just saw a red light. And I don't know what it was. But obviously, frame of reference, considering you can't see it. So, let me go to this other project. See what the widget interaction is. Where it is, actually. Widget interaction. Where is it? No. So where's the widget? Box. Lock base. The widget is added. So it is two separate things. Because it's added at runtime. So I'd actually need something else for that. Let me click the puzzle if I can. That's a key? There's a key there? I had no idea. Where's the puzzle? Box puzzle. Yeah, box puzzle also has a widget interaction on it. But the widgets are attached to the puzzle pieces. Yes. I just have to find them inside of... This was a very puzzle heavy game. So I have like a lot of... Let me pull the flip switches. No, the flip box puzzle. So this was a blueprint, right? And this blueprint had widgets on it attached to it. So how do I do the... Now I'm just lost. Because the widgets are attached to the object. And then once the object is attached, you get widget interactions. This is the top and bottom widget for the flip puzzle. So I do place the widgets there. I place the widgets where they're supposed to go, and you can't really see these, but they're there. Widget material. So how does the interaction work? I thought with interaction you just had to place it on it and the player could touch your stuff like it was a normal widget. That seems to be the case here. I know what the red light is. My mouse is having a stroke. Wait, it stopped. No. What? Okay, my mouse is having a stroke. Is this battery operated? It might need new battery soon, I don't know. Alright. Widget interaction is on it. Component tags. Yeah, it doesn't seem like I have to do anything other than add the widget interaction and add the widget. Widget top, widget bottom, and then the player can click it like it's normal. Parent socket, none. The widget, the space. Let me turn it back on. I think because I drew none that it's not there. But for the other widget I see that I just put the clear texture on it. So let me change the way the widget is drawn. No, wait. I drew it as a box and saved it. But I don't see that. Oh, I do. Compile, save. Let's press play then. Maybe it doesn't count as clicking. Oh, I think I understand. I'm done. I think I can't do this way. I cannot do widget interactions because I'm technically not clicking with the mouse. Like, I don't know where the mouse is right now on my screen. It could be, the mouse could be anywhere. What I need to do is I'm gonna have to do a line trace. A line trace from the camera. There's no way I can do it with like the mouse, because I don't know where the mouse is on the screen. Like, my mouse was up there just a second ago, up top. So what if I tried to line it? I wouldn't even know if I was hitting anything. Like, this mouse could be anywhere on the screen, anywhere up here, and I wouldn't even know if it's working. So what I would have to do, I'm gonna do a line trace from the character, and then how do you line trace to buttons? I don't think you can. Darn, widget interaction would have been really cool. Now, I still need to do a widget interaction for the computer screen, but you get your mouse back when you're doing that. You do not get your mouse back, your pointer back here, when you're doing this. So this is going to have to be a line trace, and you're going to have to touch the objects. But you're not able to click the button. Unless... Nah, there wouldn't even be an unless, because if you get your mouse back, the left and right arrows, your mouse movement is no longer going to control your point of view, and since this is first person, you need the mouse to control your point of view. So I have to do a line trace to the different objects. Alright, so let's set that up. I think there's already a line trace in this character. I would, let me see, interaction, set up interaction, AC interaction, wheel, tools, tablet. Oh yeah, see, with the tablet, you get your mouse back. But I think the tablet is just a widget. I don't think it's a physical item in game. I know for a fact, like computers and stuff, you have to zoom over and into them, and then put them in front of the player's face, and that in itself is going to be a widget interaction. But what I would have to do here, let's go ahead and make a, I guess, player interact, and we're just gonna do line trace by channel. This has nothing to do with the earlier channel that I had created, which was the shelf stuff. We'll work on that kind of line trace later, but that's basically going to tell us which shelf on a shelf, which row on a shelf we're looking at, because you can't stack items on every single row all at once. So that's what that's for. The start point is going to be get player controller character camera. Can I not get the camera? Get base eye height? I think I need player controller. And then I need to get camera. Get play camera manager? Nah. But that's a cool thing. The play camera manager, I use that for like blinking and stuff. What am I looking for? I'm on the first person character. Oh yeah. Well, it's getting late. Where's my camera? Get forward vector. Okay. How far out are we going? Let's add, let's say, I don't know how far down it is, but let's say we're going 200. To integer. Let's just say we're going 200. Not 2000, that's a very long lot. If you had 2000 vision, that'd be extremely far. Alright, alright, we're going out. Oh no, what did I do? Destroy. Okay. Visible channel. Yeah, whatever. It's visible. Draw debug type. None. Out hit. Now, here's what we have to do. We have to create another interface. Oh look, an interface for carrying stuff. Nope. Blueprint. Interface. BPI. Money. Oh. I created that who knows where. Oh, thank goodness it's here. Because I was in the search field, so I could have been searching anywhere. We're going to have to go ahead to the class settings and make sure it implements. I didn't realize I was searching, but again, it's getting late. This will be the last thing I do before I would like to say before I go to sleep, but I know I'm just going to go into my notebook and start writing out some more systems to program for the very next day. But yeah, this will be the last thing I do live today. This is not my register. That's my register. Let's delete that one. This is also not my box. That's my box. Let's delete that one so I don't get confused. Alright, so inside the cash register, I guess we can go ahead and take away the widget interaction. So will we have to do that's difficult. Okay, so here's a weird problem. The problem is determining what we hit. No, it's not. I can just pick out the component that we hit, right? I have the whole item, but I need the component. Widget interaction. Like, these interactions can go. We won't need them for the cash register, but we will need them for other stuff. I just need to determine, why is that attach? Should be its own card. We need to determine which component was hit. But first we need to determine where is this? Huh. Oh yeah. Now I have to. Let me see. I usually just return this outside of a function. I usually just add return node, and then tell it what I want it to return. So split the struct pin. We're looking for out hit component. That's what we want. Do I really have to do some kind of like switch statement to determine if the component? You know what I wish? In order to do that, I would have to make them their own blueprints and their own actors, but here's what I should probably do. I'm not going to, not for this test run, because we're just testing the system. We're not really testing like functionality, but what I would do is I would make each piece of money their own actor, attach those actors to the cash register at the beginning of the game when the game starts, attach those things to the register, because then I could do different things to them. So right now, as it stands, on hit component, I would have to do, if this component was hit, add this amount. If this, or else if this component was hit, add that amount. However, if I could make them, if I made every piece of money their own actor, I could program directly into the actor. If you're hit, tell the cash register to add your specific amount to it, and each one would have their own amount, and therefore that would leave me not having to program in a bunch of different things, because as it stands right now, I cannot add variables. That's kind of what I need to do. I need to add variables to my components. Can you do that? Let me think. Simulate generate hit events, yes please. I don't know why they don't. I think I need to have this ticked, by the way. Simulate generate hit events, because I'm using a hit event, basically a component hit event, so I need to generate that, but not for the cash register. So what I really need to do right now is I need to give each of these items of value, and you cannot do that. Is there a way to bind the component? When component hit, I guess so. It's hit by something solid. On begin, in cursor, on clicked, on released. I'm thinking on touch, on input, touch, enter. It's none of these. But I do wonder. How would you determine nah, character movement? No, this is like when it's bumped into. I'm trying to do basically a raycast. Yeah, because I kind of want to give this component its own set of variables and stuff. I don't think you can do that. Like for now, this is a component. Rename, find reference, duplicate. I can only add these events. Those aren't the events I'm looking for. I want custom events, custom variables to that component. So in order to do that, I would definitely need to add, each item would have to be their own blueprint if I wanted to run functions on it. There has to be someone, I don't know. But that's the only way I know how to do it, so that's what I would do. But anyway, now that I cannot do it that way, let me check my other projects. I had a couple blueprints, game content, game blueprints. Is it? No. Character? Yeah, I want this raycast. That's basically, yeah, that's basically it. I did this wrong, by the way. I didn't add my world location to my camera or whatnot. I'm gonna do that. Update amount. Let's see. Where? Yeah, I didn't do that at all. I did less than that. What do you have to multiply it? Get world location, add world location plus. What? Really? But that would get my start. Let me see. Would that not get my start location? No, the start location is just get world location. Forward vector multiplied by length plus world location. I didn't add the world location to the forward vector. I did the length, but I didn't do, I just added 200 to it. So this is the end. Get world location apparently is my start, not my forward vector. I thought my forward vector was my start. My location is my start. My forward vector times my length, which I just typed in 200. So float 200. Whoa. Okay, that's gonna work. Out hit. But what I was looking for, this is fine. What I was looking for was the constant use of this in my event tick. I use interact raycast. That's a different one. My player raycast I used when I clicked the button to cast a ray while I was on it. Interact raycast, that happens like all the while the player's looking around, which can be good. Just for interacting with the entire world while they're looking around. But when you're interacting with the money, you kind of only need to shoot the ray out when you click the money. So every time we left click, right, demo, it is getting late. I would have an interact button. Actually, the interact button would be left click. Left mouse button. Left mouse button is gonna fire off the player raycast. And then out hit component. Can I switch? Can I switch here? Is it an enum? No, I don't think it is. Oh no, because it only tells me the individual component. So, and the components aren't allowed to have variables. Here's the problem. Really? Oh yeah. I'll hit component. Components need to have variables. So just send. Well, even if I sent what we hit over, I could do a switch statement then. Who is handling all that? Cash register. Update amount needs to be what? Hit component. Alright, component. What kind of information is it? Is it really? Primitive component type? Okay, if you say so. Okay, so primitive component type. And then, can I not switch? Why can't I switch? We can only switch on enums? Enum it is. Money types. Primitive component object reference. Alright, that's not an enum though. I'd have to make an enum. This is a if I'm gonna do it the blueprint actor way, there's a lot of extra just to try to get something to work. But let's go ahead and I don't care, I'm having fun. Let's go ahead and make enums. Actually, this could be a way to do it as well. But let's go ahead and add 20. 10s, 5s. There's like 4 of them. 20 10s, 5s. No, oh, because then I'd have to match the name exactly. That's okay. 1s. Alright, so money types, and then so how would I, there's no way to convert the name to the enum. See, yeah, it needs to be active blueprints. But anyway, just to get the whole system to work, it doesn't really matter. Once you do one, you could do multiple. So we're just gonna get the adding into the taking away. So we're not even gonna mess with that number. We're just gonna add. We'll add 1, and then. Alright, we're not giving any change, so this is gonna mess everything up. I'm not gonna mess with it. We're just gonna give them more money than they need. So hit component, amount given +1, and then we're gonna set amount given to amount given +1. So we're always adding 1 to it. Every time we update the amount, every time we hit the component. Alright. So let's see if that works. I feel like I'm missing something. What number was it? 5. Generate the amount. So they just paid $269. Nice, for their groceries. They gave me $276, so I owe them $6.98. What is double precision floats? We're gonna do single precision floats in a minute. And then left click should cast array, I need to print something because we don't update anything. Print really quick. Money given. Really quick, just to see if the raycast is working, because I don't think it is. We should be casting from the center of the camera, no? So generate the money, 118. They paid with 202. I owed them $84.05. It's not working. The raycast isn't working. Okay. Why isn't the raycast working? Left click. Left click, player interact. I need to see it. Draw for duration. Okay. No, it's working. It might not. Oh, did I pick a separate channel that is probably not working on? Oh, it's too short. It's too short. Staying closer. Okay, 400. It's definitely too short. It wasn't. Yeah, I wasn't picking up anything. All right, 197. I don't know what I expected here. I'm pretty sure it's hitting it, right? But I'm pretty sure I'm not saying anything to have to do with the cash register, so when we left click, we cast array, which we did. Yeah, all we're doing is cast an array. When we left click, we're not telling, we're not calling the function in the cash register because, like I said, it's getting late. We do generate the sale when I press 5. Did I ever promote this to a variable? I never do. Promote to variable. We're gonna have to promote this into a variable for now, because I need to call it one more time down here, and then we're gonna call update. I was like, nothing's happening. It's getting, I really have to go. I don't want to. I'm enjoying making this system, even though I'm getting tired of making silly mistakes. That's when the fun. That's when the fun starts to happen, you know? I am enjoying making this game so much that I don't care about the sleep. Okay, there it is. Money given, money given, money given, money given. That works. It actually works. It works when I hit any component though, because I haven't done the other thing that I said I was gonna do. So, no, it doesn't. Wait, why isn't it typing money given yet? Oh, because I haven't set, oops, I broke it. Yeah, it, even when I do the register screen, it's gonna type money given. But, yeah, I know. I never set the reference before I started clicking on it. I know. We wouldn't do that ordinarily in a game. But this is just to get the money system working. This is a sandbox only about systems, so yeah, ordinarily we would obviously not do this. So let's go to the cash register. So amount given is set. First thing we want to do is we want to update it in the widget. So we're going to go ahead and take the widget reference and we're going to get amount given, and then we're going to go ahead and set that text. Alright, we're going to set the text to basically amount given. So every time we give any, we want to set it to that. And then to take stuff away, we're going to do right mouse button, and right mouse button is essentially going to fire off the same player interact raycast. And then the out hit component doesn't actually matter. Update amount does matter though. Amount, update component, update amount, and then we do amount, AMOUNT, and that's gonna be an integer. Okay, so here's the tricky part. Here's what you would do. When they clicked 1, you'd send the amount to be, hey, 1. But if they right clicked on it, what you would want to do you'd send -1. So now when I go to update amount, no matter if it's positive or negative, I can run one function to take care of everything, because adding a negative number is just going to subtract away that number. So let's go ahead and test left or right clicking. Didn't mean to do that, but okay. Right. So it should both update how much I owe them, and it should take that away. So amount given so far, $1, $2, $3, $4, $5, $6, $7, $8. I have to click this 148 times. No, oh, I overdid it. 15, 16. That's not working. 19, 20, 20. That's not working. No matter if I right click or left click, it increases. But it says -1. Why doesn't that work? 1, -1. What? Compile, save. Amount given plus -1 is 1 minus that. What? Oh. Well, maybe. See, it's getting late. It's getting late. It is getting late. I never plugged the number in. I'm sorry. I'm making basic mistakes just to get the system done. Alright. Alright. But, let's see. How should we do it? You can never... now we have to think about going into the negatives, because you shouldn't be able to go into the negatives, but you also shouldn't be able to take away a number that's not there. Here's several ways to do it. Oh, twisted my shoulder. So, goodness. A way to do it would be to calculate the amount of digits that you put in. So calculate that they put 150 in, 120 in, 2 10s in. You could do that and then use that to add the total number. And then if they put a 10 in and you want to take away a 10, you could say take away a 10. Or you could just do it basic math style. So one way to do it is to do it that. The other way to do it would be just to let all of the numbers be and allow the player to take away an amount that they did not add to the pile. For instance, they put 2 10s in, allow them to take away a 20, because all you're doing is subtracting 20. But it may seem off gameplay wise because they never put a 20 in. However, they did put up $20 in value. So either way would kind of work. One kind of feels like cheap or cheating, or one isn't consistent with real life, but the one that isn't consistent with real life, the one that is consistent with real life requires a lot of extra programming in the background for absolutely no reason, kind of thing. I like making it more consistent with real life, and I like a challenge, and I do like extra programming. So I think I would do the extra way to make it look realistic. So you would have to calculate how many 1s they put in, how many 2s they put in, and only allow them to pull back the denomination that they put in. That'd be a way to do it. I think that's the way I'm gonna do it. So in order to do something like that, in the register you would have to, you wouldn't just have to store the amount given, you'd have to break it down and go like ones given, and then these would have to be integers because you can't give half of $1. And even if you gave 50 cents, you're not calculating the value of 50 cents, you're calculating how many 50-cent pieces you put into the pile. So stuff like that. And then when it goes time for them to take it away, you have to determine, are they able to take it away if they put one in or not? And if any of these numbers are 0, so if the one's value is 0, as if they put no ones in, they're not allowed to take back any ones. That's a weird roundabout way to do it. I don't think any player is going to pay attention regardless. Like, oh, I put $20 too much in, because people, the way they play the game, they're mostly going to focus. They're going to be trying to do the lowest denomination. And if they accidentally put a number in, they're going to take that number out. They're not going to go and try to do the math and take a higher number out. So it kind of acts, one way is more realistic, but also what scenario is a player ever going to come across that situation for it to matter in the first place? So you pick, you choose. You don't have to do the more complicated system. Chances are the player won't notice, and chances are they won't even run into a scenario where they take the wrong denomination out in such a high value. So probably won't even matter, but hey, if someone does come across that scenario, at least it seems more realistic for that random person. Alright, so moving forward from there, let's talk about how to give them the money that they need. So we're going to do this. We're not going to add $5, and we're going to say the max amount that they are, the max amount that the groceries are allowed to be are $20. Wait, no. Grocery total can be 20. Amount received, the max amount they can give me is 30 to make change. So I'll only be making $10 and under, about $30 and under. I can change that to 10 and 20. This is just for the sake of the test. Okay, they can only give me up to $20 to make change. Oh, don't I have to add this? No, I did. The minimum is whatever the total is, and the maximum is $20 for change. Okay. So, now that we have that, we have to determine whether or not I've given them the correct change. And we need to check every time we update the amount if I've given them the correct change. So, amount owed. Amount given has to be greater than or equal to. So it has to be greater than or equal to the amount that they're owed. Because we can give them more money, but we just you can also steal from people, but the AI doesn't have to accept all of the money. Like, you can say, forget you, you're not getting any change, but the AI could get mad. Or do I want to say that you guys aren't allowed to steal more than a certain percentage? Let me think. Let's not add stealing in it right now. Let's say you got to give them their exact change back. Alright, so if it's greater than the exact change, checkout is a boolean. Alright, if it's greater than the exact change, checkout is true. Checkout should be false by default. Checkout. Set checkout to true. Or checkout stays false and nothing happens because you haven't given them their exact change. So that's simple. A lot of this is really simple math. Alright, I think the next days, within the next few days, I want to start working on the AI. So to be honest, I want to work on the AI now, but it's already pretty late. I'm giving him, I have to 47. How do I? Oh, I owe 47 cents. We need to print checkout. Because I shouldn't be able to keep giving money. I can actually. I shouldn't be able to. Yeah, because I have to press. Press space. I'm running out of buttons to use. Space bar. Update amount. No, we're gonna have to get register, and let's make a new variable saying checkout. No, custom event. And we're gonna call it close sale, and then if checkout, if we can check out, print sale closed. Alright, print sale closed. Clear all values. Delete. So grocery total will be back to 0. Amount received will be back to 0. Amount given, everything just basically gets reset because you're able to close the sale. Amount owed is 0, and then this is where you would print the ka-ching noise because you close the sale. And otherwise, total not right. Alright, let's compile, save. This is actually a lot easier math than I thought. It's definitely a lot easier math than getting this shelf stuff to work. But let's go ahead and print. And set up new totals. I owe you $2. I give you 1. No, spacebar's jump. Whatever. Why didn't it tell me spacebar was jump? I'm running out of numbers. Let's press 6. I don't use 6 for anything. What was it? Close sale. I don't even think I had close sale set up, did I? I might have done. Okay. Compile, save. Number 6. Alright, generate sale. I owe 15. I'm not getting the 15. Click, click. I don't actually have to click on anything right now. I just have to click. Alright, we click, click, click. I want to press number 6. Total not correct. Total not correct. 12, 13, 14, 15. Total should still not be correct because I still owe them. Alright, so we're over $15. No change given. Total is correct. Sale closed. It didn't. Silly me. When you bind text to a variable, the text is going to automatically change with that variable. Guess who didn't bind text? Me. So basically, the text is still on the screen. but I'll just double this and zero it out, or paste this here. Okay, and then actually this is where I could set, yeah, so when I bind it, it'll change based on that, but there was a lot of extra steps than just visibly having this here. And some people need it to be visual while we're working on it, and then they can convert it to whatever. So amount given, that's the last one. Wait, where's the, oh. Okay, compile. Alright, let's run another sale, and hopefully it's cheaper this time. Yep, $9, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Number 6, I'm not allowed to close the sale. 9, not allowed to close the sale. 10, I can close the sale. Everything gets reset, and I can generate a new sale. And this one, 11, close, generate new sale. Oh, I have to generate new sale first. Oh, I gave you way too much. $2. Sale closed. Okay. All right. So now that that is generated, it really, depending on what you would have to do for the register, is these would have to be their own blueprints. Therefore, they can hold their own values. And once they're able to hold their own values, otherwise it's like really hard to hard code. Like, oh, if I hit this number, if I hit this specific thing, and hard code it that way, because what if the name of the component change, or what if the component itself changes? The static mesh or something, because it goes by the name. So if the static mesh changes, then you're just screwed that way. So it's better to just make everything their own component and then attach it. And you can attach it at runtime. You can attach it, I don't know why you wouldn't. I mean, you can attach it every time the register drawer opens, but I don't know why you would do that. Just attach it at runtime and have the drawer slide in and out where the money is. So. Is there anything else we would need to do for the money? The amount owed. If it's underneath the amount owed, you'd have to click it and give it out. So talking about clicking, that speech I just gave was talking about clicking a different money, so you can give them different values, and every time you'd give them a different monetary value, and each item itself would communicate to the cash register. I would communicate to the cash register widget, because this information that I display on the top of the screen should really be a widget that shows on the screen of the cash register. So that's where that information will update. And then you just click on it, click on the object using, and that way you would actually be able to use a widget interaction. No, you won't. You still wouldn't have your thing. You'd still have to use a raycast or a line trace or whatever they call it in this system. You'd have to use a line trace still to figure out which ones you've hit, but it's much easier when each one is their own object and they have a bound-in box, and you can tell, and you can give each one their own value of how much it is if you click on that specific one. Gosh, I could do so much more. I'm gonna dabble with the AI. I've done AI a couple times. Yeah, when I did that little game jam, I had those little AI aliens, and they came and chased you, and then when they saw you, they stopped and started shooting at you. That's the extent of my AI, and I just found those really cool animations to get people to shop. So I'm gonna dabble with the AI coming in and walking around. But that's gonna do it for today. We got absolutely so much done. I would say, as far as system programming it goes, about 60% of the game is programmed. A lot of it, the rest of it is gonna be bells and whistles, making it look cute, adding different types of items into the data table based on their sizes, getting the money works, but getting the money to be separate items and just plugging in their separate numbers to them, like that kind of stuff needs to be added. But a lot of it is going to be like bells and whistles and everything else. But the hardcore systems have been designed about 60% of the way, and then the only thing we need to add in is going to be the AI. The AI is going to be the last biggest system, and then connecting them all together with different widgets that the user uses. That's going to be our final 2 systems, and the rest is going to be making it pretty, really. Telling the story. I already have the story written. I'm not sharing that with anyone. That's going to be a surprise whenever you play the game. It's a funny story. You don't start off owning the supermarket, obviously. You start off in a precarious situation, and then you find yourself falling into the ownership of a supermarket. I'm not gonna say how, but yeah, that's pretty much. It's meant to be a comedy, so it's nothing too serious. But I want people to have fun and not just feel like they're sucked in a repetitive grinding loop where they don't get to do anything. So there's gonna be a story. There are gonna be interruptions during gameplay where you're like, what's going on? But it's part of the story. All fun in games, all silly stuff. It's not gonna mess, and it's nothing to mess with your actual progress or anything. But it's just to keep it fun, keep it moving, so you don't just feel like I'm stacking shelves, getting boxes, just doing this around and around and around and around and nothing. But anyway, I wanted to close off with that and say thank you very much for joining. It's been a pleasure to have you here on this journey with me. It's only been a few days and we've got so much done, and I'm very thankful that we could do this so quickly and there aren't a lot of bugs and we could filter through them quickly. But until then, I'll catch you guys in the next one. See ya.